extremists could target the Afghans. As of now, there's no credible or specific threat. Nora?
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. More now on those Afghan refugees housed at the U.S. Air Base in Qatar. It is the first stop as they seek to build new lives far from their homeland. But most have no idea where the next stop will be. CBS's Charlie Daggett reports from Doha.
These refugees were among the last to escape Kabul. By no small miracle, they somehow managed to get themselves and their children on board the few remaining U.S. military flights out. Lieutenant Colonel Matt Strand can't help but think of his own young children. They had to leave everything behind. Can you imagine as a dad?
I see them walk with, their plastic bag or their suitcase for a family, one backpack for a kid. And I know that's all they've got, but they're still smiling. Like, when we talk about resiliency, this is the most resilient people in life.
They'll have to be. Nobody we spoke to even knows where they're going. But they say it doesn't matter. Anywhere. And going back.
We want to start a new life in the new country. We are so happy, and we have more plans for our future.
The humanitarian mission here in Doha, Qatar, will now become an important and the U.S. Embassy in Kabul will be operating out of this country. It's a major regional U.S. ally, also an important go-between with the Taliban. You spent the best part of your career fighting the Taliban. You're handing the country back over to the Taliban. As a warrior, what does that feel like?
We feel pride for the mission that we've been able to accomplish, which is to shepherd at this point more than 55,000 people from what they certainly believed was certain death to what will now be freedom.
The Qatari government will also be a key player in getting Kabul's airport up and running again. Officials here confirm they're in talks with Turkey and as soon as possible. Nora?
Thank you. And we want to turn now to in South Lake, California. The Caldor fire is threatening more than 30,000 homes and businesses as it rages towards the popular vacation. Renee Santos of our CBS Sacramento station, KOVR, is there.
This is the nightmare so many have feared. Thick forests are exploding in flames. Fire protect neighborhoods filled with log cabins. This is what they're up against. Tense moments as one firefighting crew was overrun as the wind shifted. They made it out, but the flames keep raging, threatening more than 30,000 structures.
This is our hometown, and we live for tourists to come see it, and if it's burnt down, we have nothing to go.
More than 20,000 forced from their homes. South Lake Tahoe, normally busted, it's now a ghost town. Nearby ski resort, breaking equipment on the approaching. The Caldor fire burning for weeks, destroying nearly 5 in an extreme drought fueled by climate change, are now pushing it into one of the most pristine places on Earth. Lake Tahoe, known for deep blue waters and crisp mountain air, has been blanketed air. Now flames are threatening entire towns that line the lake.
Unprecedented, extreme to describe it. These terms are no longer appropriate.
This area, the winds are forecast to remain strong at least through tomorrow night. Horrible conditions for firefighters. Nora?
That tough air quality there as well. Renee Santos, thank you. Be careful. And there's still much more news ahead on tonight's CBS Evening News, including breaking news, a major development in the fight over that voting bill. And on camera, a violent collision at and the turmoil at Jeopardy as the popular game show looks to replace Alex Trebek.
To be a thriver with metastatic breast cancer means asking for what we want and need. Oh, we want Kisqali. Living longer is possible and proven with Kisqali when taken in premenopausal women with HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer. Kisqali is a pill that's significantly more effective at delaying disease progression versus a non-steroidal aromatase inhibitor alone. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, cell cancer, infections,
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going tomorrow to get the, pay for the headstone, get it ordered. You wanna go with me at 1 o'clock? Okay, she talking about, how much we pay for, Yvette's headstone, cause she talking about 25.
Hi, Lorraine. Hi, Mary. Hi, Megan.
Shabbat.
Sit Daniel, sit
They just
back.
gonna ask me.
Be quiet. Mommy is talking. No.
Holiday Month will give you a very special 2-for-1 low price and free shipping. That's right, get 2-for-1.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Nice to see you again.
I feel like we were just doing this.
I know.
All right. I think we'll go ahead and get started. Mm-hmm. No, I think it is. He is the one of the panelists. No, I don't think so. Yeah. Does he have the power to change his name?
Could Danielle Chenoweth be brought in as a panelist?
Yeah.
I just changed my name, so I'm not Darlene Kleppel.
You're muted, Stephanie.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Mike. I didn't know if you had the power to do that, so good to know that you do. Why don't we go ahead and get this meeting started? If the clerk could please call the roll.
Sorry, it didn't unmute. Straub.
Present.
Summers.
Here.
Taylor. Thorsland.
Here.
Wolken. Carter,
Here.
Cowart,
Present.
Esri,
Here.
Furtado,
Here.
Goss, Harper,
Here.
King,
Here.
Lakshin, McGuire,
Here.
Michaels, Hasalakwa, Paul, Rodriguez, Store,
Present.
Patterson.
Here.
Great, thank you so much. Do I have somebody to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All right, great, thank you so much. And now, second?
Second.
Second, Forsland.
Sorry, I heard Lorraine first, sorry. So second, Lorraine. And
You got it, Lorraine.
all those, all right, I guess we got to do roll call.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Carter,
Yes.
Cowart,
Yes.
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now public participation. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak? A couple hands. So first we have, first we'll have Harant Kabansi. And then Marlon Mitchell and then Alex Taylor. Harant.
Hi.
And I'm sorry, am I pronouncing your name right? Is it Harant?
Harant. Thank you.
Harant.
Hi, I'm Harant Kabansi. I live in Urbana. I want to say a few things. First of all, I appreciate the opportunity to give public comment. I think commenting is an, public input is an
I'm
important.
sorry, I can barely hear him. I don't want to miss what he has to say.
Yeah, sorry, Harant, we can't hear you. If you could please speak up. We are having a real hard time hearing you.
Sorry, just a second. How's that? Is that any better?
I could hear. I don't know about anybody else. Go for it.
All right. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to give comment. I think public input is a crucial part of public administration, and I would say that, based on some of the comments yesterday, I think anyone who I appreciate those who listened, and to anyone who felt the need to maybe interrupt and second guess any of the public comments.
That you don't have.
Excuse me.
Keep going.
Maybe in that case, I don't think that's. I just want to say I don't think it's appropriate. And if that's that's how you feel about about receiving public input, then maybe public administration is just not your thing. On terms of housing, I want to go back to the topic we touched on yesterday about evictions. Given the striking down of the federal moratorium, I'm super concerned about evictions as a community. I know a great deal of Champaign County is rent burdened. And while we'd all like to see state and federal action on evictions, in the event that that doesn't happen, I think it is incumbent upon local elected officials like yourselves to act to protect our communities against evictions. I would urge this body to push for a moratorium on evictions, to urge the sheriff to refuse to carry out eviction orders. Again, in the massive wave of evictions that could happen as early as October 3rd, it would be a disaster for this community. I think allowing evictions to occur would be inhumane. We already have a permanent homeless population in Champaign County that is not being given access to permanent shelter and utilities. You know, there's a continuation of trends that have predate the pandemic, rising housing expenses, lowering, shrinking wages relative to inflation. And this is all exacerbated by the COVID pandemic, which has not ended and very much is in full swing. So I would urge everyone here to work for local action to protect our communities against evictions, to protect renters who may be facing debt due to the pandemic, due to other hardships, and to beyond that also look at what can be done for those who are, to not increase the homeless population, but also to look at what can be done to provide permanent shelter to those who are already facing homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So next up, I have Marlon Mitchell, and then I have Alex Taylor, and those are, as of right now, the only people that I'm seeing with their hands raised. So Marlon. Marlon, you could speak whenever you're ready. I think we got you.
All righty. How everybody doing? I just want to piggyback off of some of the comments that were made last night. Marlon Mitchell from Champaign. But I just wanted to kind of follow up on some things from last night when I talked about us as first followers, what we've been experiencing as an organization. And when I had mentioned during some of the comments or some of the questions about how we've been experiencing, I would call it scope creep or mission creep. So just to put some context around that, back in 2019, right about 6 months into the pandemic, one of the things that we did as an organization was that we reached out to local officials to provide funding for individuals that were being released from prison early because of the pandemic. And so we secured some funding from the city of Champaign and the city of Urbana to provide services for individuals that were being released from prisons without much notice. And during that time, what we had did was we provided temporary shelter for individuals coming home from prison. And what I mean by that, we worked with and we partnered with a couple of hotels that are here in the city of Champaign and Urbana. And so we were able to put several people, I think at last count is over 25 people since we've been doing this up in local hotels as temporary shelter. At the time, it was 14 days. It was a 14-day stay because that's kind of was the incubation period for the COVID. And so coming out of that, one of the things that we learned is that there is more need for housing, not only temporary housing, but permanent housing. Because soon after we started putting individuals who had been involved with the criminal justice system into this temporary housing, we saw an influx of other folks that didn't meet the profile as far as having a felony conviction, looking for temporary shelter and affordable housing. So I said all that to say, since 2019, that time, we are continuously seeing an influx of individuals looking for housing. And they don't necessarily have a felony conviction, but that's kind of what I was alluding to last night when I was talking about scope creep. So now we've become a partner agency with the City of Champaign Township, or the Champaign Township, and also Cunningham Township, to kind of share resources and kind of pass off the information about who's doing what. And so again, it kind of feeds into the vein of what we're talking about last night about a one-stop shop. Because at the end of the day, what I'm seeing and what my staff is seeing is that we're seeing that people come into our center with a lot of different issues. And along these issues, a housing issue, it might be a felony conviction. We just had a young lady that came in today who has eviction on her record. And it's very hard to find housing for her. She doesn't have a felony conviction. She just have eviction. I mean, she doesn't have a felony conviction, but she has evictions on her record. So this is becoming a very, very serious situation. And when this moratorium is going to be lifted here in the next few weeks, I could just only imagine more and more folks coming into our space looking for us to work miracles. And so I just wanted to share that experience with you all, because it is a serious problem. It is going to be an issue very shortly. And so anything that we can do as a community to help relieve some of what we've seen over the last 18 months, that would be very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marlon. And I apologize, I should have said this earlier, just for everyone to know that public comment is for 5 minutes. So just to sort of keep that in mind. And also, in case, if you haven't done this before, if you're a member of the public, it's just an opportunity for you to speak. The board doesn't really do back and forth in this part of the agenda. So I usually say that at the beginning, but I'm just a little bit bobulated today, so sorry about that. So next up we have Alex Taylor and then Nathan Alexander. So Alex, I'll move you over.
Hi everyone, my name is Alex Taylor. I am a PhD student at the University of Illinois. I'm coming here to address the board to say that we should totally cease evictions. We should halt all evictions which are coming as the moratoriums expire soon. Throwing out over 4,000 people onto the street will only exacerbate the problems of the pandemic. It'll endanger evicted people as well as everyone else in the community. If you check the data, there's currently over 4,000 people, 12% of rental households that are behind in paying rent. We should cancel rent debt if we want to have a robust pandemic recovery. Not only do we need to ensure that people retain their housing by halting those evictions, but we have to ensure that people don't enter massive rent and mortgage debt that comes as the moratoriums are expiring. Thanks to decades of sociological research, we know that access to affordable home ownership options remains one of the most important socioeconomic factors related to reduced levels of poverty and criminality. So if we want to fight at the root level, if we want to fight poverty and criminality, then we should fund programs that provide homeless folks permanent shelter and end the artificial shortage caused by private control of housing, artificially restricting the supply of housing and inflating the prices. There are currently more empty housing units than there are homeless people in Champaign. So this is a problem that we can solve at the root level of these socioeconomic factors. Finally, in summary, I urge everyone here to work to cease these evictions, ask the sheriff to not evict anyone when the moratorium is lifted. We should reallocate funding from these violent mechanisms of control, such as militarized policing, which has an overinflated budget, and we should reallocate that funding towards programs that will target these root causes of issues, which is lack of access to affordable homeownership options, lack of access to social programs and robust mental health services, and so on. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Next up, I have Nathan Alexander, and I'll move you over. Nathan, you're up.
Thank you. I am Nathan Alexander. I live in Urbana, and I represent the University LGBT Resource Center on campus at the Continuum of Service Providers for the Homeless. In these discussions, I just wanted to bring to light that there are other minority populations that do not have equal access. And we saw within these populations an increase in asking for housing assistance during the COVID pandemic. And along with this, we saw kind of an aversion from accessing some of the traditional shelter services, or a lack of trying to access them. And so I just wanted to mention that even if a program might have redundancies built in, they might be necessary to increase access to other minority populations. And thank you all for addressing this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Next up, we have Mike Ingram.
Hey friends, everything coming through okay now?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. This is tonight's discussion is obviously not maybe as broad as this. Well, it is a little bit. In terms of housing, I just wanted to remind everybody, especially because there might be more eyes on this tonight than there usually is. The last couple of years, several people have maybe entered into their first home that they've purchased, if they've been, lucky enough to be in that financial position. Or have refinanced something, or even inherited something from an unfortunately untimely passed parent or relative. And I just wanted to remind everybody that there is a rash of letters going around that are 100% fake. They say things like local records office at the top. They just exist to extort money out of folks. This is not, I've kind of started calling it a scam light. It's not really trying to steal your property from you. It's just trying to get some money out of you for getting something for you that you could get for free. Even if you're not tuning in from Champaign County, whoever your local clerk recorder or recorder of deeds is, will get you a free copy of your deed, or one for very cheap. Most of these companies are asking for 80 to 120 bucks to procure that for you. And again, they're just putting themselves in as a middle person. Beyond that, there is also actual real property fraud going on. And particularly if you have older relatives, or if you've just done this for the first time and you don't really know what's happening, and you want to just make sure that you have peace of mind, please go to propertyfraudalert.com. You can pick the county that you live in. Ostensibly, that's Champaign County. And you can sign up to get either a phone call or an email anytime that anything comes through my office, the reporter's office, that has your name on it. So, if you did pay off your house or something like that and a release got recorded, you would know that it got recorded because you get an alert. Or if you don't have anything going on that you wouldn't expect to have anything done in your name, you would get a call, and you could call the office and say, hey, what just happened? Why did I get an alert? So anyway, just a couple of things I wanted to mention as it's kind of slightly adjacent, at least to this. A lot of people are getting into the first time, home buying or home inheritance, or, if they've been in that lucky position. I realize that a lot of the discussion tonight will be focused on folks that need rental assistance and things like that as well. But, I think it's important to talk about this as well. So please, everybody, just, be safe out there, and thanks for your time.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ingram. I don't see any other attendees' hands raised, going once, going twice. Okay, public participation is now ended. Are there any communications from the board? I don't see anybody. I do have one I wanted to mention. Because we are in the land of many study sessions, I wanted to mention that the city of Champaign is having a study session at 7 o'clock. It starts in 28 minutes or 38 minutes on Garden Hills infrastructure. I know we heard quite a bit about Garden Hills at our study session last night, and we are going to be doing, I also wanted to mention, we have one last study session, and that is about water infrastructure, and that's on September 9th. I also wanted to mention that, just really briefly, I had anticipated that at our last board meeting, so a week ago last Tuesday, that we would actually be hearing from each of the elected officials who proposed ARPA financing. And I stepped out of the room when that part of the meeting started. And by the time I got back, it was done. And maybe that just means nobody had any questions. But I do think that I know all of the elected officials and department heads thought that they were going to have a chance to sort of talk about the issues that they had brought up. And so we're going to look for some sort of space in one of the other meetings for that to happen. But that was my understanding of what was going to happen. So I don't want the board members to think that we hadn't set that up. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I'm open to suggestions on how we facilitate that, maybe at a cow, I don't know. But I did want to mention that and apologize to the elected officials who showed up for a second day of budget hearings thinking that they were going to speak and then didn't. So sorry about that. So September 9th, in front of the ELUC meeting, we are going to be having a conversation on water infrastructure, but also at 7 o'clock right now. Today, the city of Champaign is. So you could do like a football game and have 2 screens going and watch both, but of course keep ours on the big screen. Eric, did you have a communication?
Yeah, we, John Hall, Darlene and I decided to cancel the ELOC meeting. There's no pressing things. So that evening we'll have more time for the study session. I know we heard a lot about Garden Hills last night. That is a big topic among many others. I'll have a list of who's speaking. Darlene has compiled a lot of that, and I want to add a few people to it. So, and I think the start time is 6 o'clock now, or I think I would like to change it to that. I'm not sure what the start time was actually, because ELOC normally starts at 6:30, and I think we were going to try to put too much into that pre-ELOC meeting. So just to let people know, it's a study session only now, and you don't have to stick around for the ELOC meeting because it won't happen. Thank you.
And Eric, I believe it's going to be held by Zoom, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. McGuire.
Good evening. Just to touch base on a couple of things you've communicated. One, I'm glad to hear that we have an opportunity to hear from the department heads. We did receive an email talking about the fact that they weren't able to do that. The second one was reported on the news today that the city of Champaign is working to facilitate the street lights and water retention for Garden Hills. So we might want to update that information so that we have a clear picture if we're going to discuss those issues.
Right, definitely. And that's why I wanted to mention that study session is literally happening at about the same time as this one, at 7 o'clock, where they're going to be discussing both the plan for Garden Hills and what is happening there. I'm sorry, Mary.
I just wanted to further clarify that what the news reported on was that these things could happen. We actually don't know yet and won't know until after the meeting. So
I think the cities are working through the same process that we are. All right, so I wanted to just let you all know about the agendas, and I just want to say that the agendas have been pretty fluid, which is why they've been sort of shelved. But I just wanted to give you an update on who we're going to be hearing from today. And since we got through the public session and the communications part a little bit quicker today, what we'll do is we'll break after each speaker and invite questions. So just to give you a run of show and who is going to be speaking, am I going to keep hearing that echo? Okay. All right, sorry. So we are going to first be hearing from Lily Walton from the Champaign Housing Authority. And then we are going to be hearing from Lisa Benson, who is going to speak to us from RPC, specifically about the rental assistance program that they're running. Then we are going to be hearing from Daniel Chenoweth, who's going to speak from Cunningham Township, and then Andy Kornstrom, who is going to speak from Champaign Township. And for all 4 of them, what they're going to do is, hopefully, they're going to give you a little bit of an introduction on the services that these are folks that are working on housing in our community right now. So they're going to give us a little bit of an update on what is going on, the services that they are providing. And then also, I mean, these are the frontline workers in this field, so where they're seeing a need, and we'll have opportunity to ask them about their programs and the landscape that they're seeing. Then we're going to hear from Clark Solutions and from Central Illinois Land Bank Authority, which are 2 groups that have come to the board. You've seen probably different communications from them with proposals on ways that we could expand these services. So we're going to end with those 2 groups to have a conversation with them about maybe ideas that we can approach as a county. So that's the landscape. And we'll pause after each person and have a chance for you to interact with them. And so first, we will start with Lily. Thank you so much for coming. And all of you do have, I believe, have the power to share screen if you want to. And if for some reason you don't, let us know.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me. Can you all see my screen? Okay, so my name is Lily Walton, and I'm the Executive Director for the Housing Authority of Champaign County. I am extremely excited to be here today, and I'm also excited that the County Board is studying and looking into how we can allocate funds from the American Rescue Plan Act toward affordable housing. So I have just a quick overview. Hopefully I'm quicker than than my presentation is. I have a quick overview of our programs, and I just would love to share just a little bit about the work that the Housing Authority has going on. So to start with, the Housing Authority of Champaign County is a municipal corporation organized under the Illinois Housing Authority Act. Our jurisdiction includes all areas incorporated as well as unincorporated areas of Champaign County. So a little bit about us. We were created in 1943. For many years, we built, owned, and managed traditional public housing pursuant to Section 9 of the 1937 Housing Act. We no longer operate any public housing. We've converted all of our housing units over to RAD, which is rental assistance demonstration. It's just kind of a different method of addressing the housing need with the capital fund program being kind of eliminated by HUD. So, currently, HACC's portfolio consists of 5 RAD properties with about 254 units. We have 13 mixed finance communities or LIHTC communities, 823 units, 3 mixed finance communities using no LIHTC with a total of 66 units. And in addition to these multifamily rental communities, we also administer over 1,100 housing choice vouchers, which are tenant-based. We are a Move to Work agency. For those of you who don't know what Move to Work is, it essentially means that we are given funding flexibility from HUD to be able to design and create programs that impact us locally. So it's a research-driven program. We do partner with, well, we in the past have partnered with the University of Illinois to study and research the work that we're doing. So our programs are pretty sound and based in research. Part of Move to Work is also for us to be able to reduce bureaucracy a little bit to really get the resources to the people who need them the most. There are only 39 out of about 3,300 housing authorities who have this designation. So we're very lucky to have it in Champaign. Oh, this is a little graphic. It just helps explain what MTW is. So in a traditional housing authority, you would have your funding set in kind of 3 pots. So public housing funding, HCV funding, and then capital fund program. So with the Housing Authority of Champaign County, we're giving all of our money just kind of into one single MTW block grant, and we're able to allocate funds necessary each year as we develop our plans. So for what we are all here for, the American Rescue Plan Act, just have a couple comments and thoughts on, how to be more effective with this funding. So as we all know, housing is the bedrock for any community. In order for us to move our community from the current state to the desired state, we have to make sure that everyone is stably and safely housed. So COVID-19 has really exacerbated the already severe housing crisis that was, experienced nationally. We know that 1 in 5 renters are behind on rent, and just over 10 million homeowners are behind on mortgage payments. Also, people of color face even greater hardship and are more likely to have deferred or missed payments, putting them at higher risk for eviction. As part of the American Rescue Plan Act, the Housing Authority of Champaign County received 113 emergency housing vouchers. This program was authorized through the act. We have a target population of those who are homeless, at risk of homelessness, fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking, or those who are recently homeless or have a high risk of housing instability. So we do partner with the Champaign County Continuum of Service Providers to the Homeless, as well as both Cunningham and Champaign Township to be able to take referrals for this program. As a part of this program, in order for us to, operate this program efficiently, we have to have landlord buy-in. So the Housing Authority of Champaign County has set aside, out of the $3,500 in assistance that come with each voucher, we've set aside up to $1,000 to incentivize landlords to take voucher holders. It's the best way that we believe we can get all of these vouchers leased up as quickly as possible. The eviction moratorium is another big part of the pandemic and what's been happening. As we all know, it's been a huge topic of discussion. It is set to expire. And with that expiration date, HACC has been proactive since around November as far as raising money to help our clients. A lot of our clients we find are not able to receive rental assistance elsewhere because they already have a subsidy. So in order to combat that, we've had to raise money from private organizations as well as United Way, who's helped us out a lot to be able to help our clients stay in their homes and, catch up. So as of July 31st, 2021, these are just the properties owned or managed by HACC. We have about $110,000 in rent that is still owed or unpaid rents. So that's a lot of money and a big deficit for the Housing Authority to be operating off of. So we estimate that 30 to 50% of our clients, so voucher holders included, may be at risk of eviction due to rent arrears, and possibly more. So what can we do? We can invest in local landlords. I think that if the county board is looking for ways to increase housing choice and increase affordable housing, we must invest in local landlords. We must show them that, we appreciate them having these units out in the community. So how can we continue to invest in them and continue to build partnerships, sustainable partnerships with local landlords? Additionally, incentive programs for property owners who lease vacant units or who waive certain criteria for the screening, such as prior evictions, because we know after the eviction moratorium, we're going to be looking at a lot of individuals who have evictions on their records and they won't be able to be housed. So how do we connect with those landlords to incentivizing them for reducing some of their screening criteria for taking tenants? I think that's going to be a big point for us to consider. Also expanding or developing local assistance programs that have less restrictions. So like I said, a lot of our tenants who are on Section 8 or in our RAD programs or on one of the housing authorities programs, they're not eligible for assistance, but they're also not able to pay rent or not paying rent right now. And so what happens to them when we get to that, the end of the eviction, the true end of the eviction moratorium, and we no longer, are able to help them. So I think that we really need to be a little more expansive in addressing the local assistance programs. Also investing in supportive services, because housing alone won't do it. We are going to need a little bit more than just housing. We're going to need some supportive services to be able to keep people in their homes and to keep them stable and to get them in their homes. And then also economic development. We need to do more economic development. The key to stable housing is supportive services. So this is our referral form for our emergency housing voucher. We believe that if we can help people in these areas, they can have stable housing at the end of the day. And so the Housing Authority is investing that money there to be able to support people wherever they may need as far as looking for stable housing. Our advocacy priorities, infrastructure. So just as we build roads and bridges, affordable housing is infrastructure. It's a long-term asset. So as the county board is looking at where to invest the money, invested in infrastructure and affordable housing. Ultimately, we know that there's not enough housing, period. And it's not enough affordable housing. We have a lot of student housing, we've got a lot of different programs, but there's not enough for people who are low income. So making that investment in affordable housing is going to be critical for us over the next several years. Also expanding housing choice, developing outside of these oversaturated communities. I have a photo I'll show in just a little bit, but really making a a true effort to develop outside of the typical areas where we would normally develop, just because that's where, we've developed in the past. Expanding source of income protections. People shouldn't be discriminated on against just because they have a voucher. And so I think that whether it's at the local level or at the state level, we really have to advocate for source of income protections. Violence intervention and housing affordability, of course, that is, kind of goes hand in hand, in my opinion. Find that some of the more affordable places are in the high crime areas. So it's not necessarily ideal for the families that we serve. So looking at the market trends, looking at affordability in areas outside of those that are oversaturated already. And racial equity, investing in housing equity. Where are we placing people? Where are we building housing? It matters. HACC's action steps. So far, here are some of our action steps that we've taken. We've invested in housing communities for special populations. We've also made an investment in the Youth Build program, homeless intervention and prevention, expanding source of income protections, investing in local landlords, supportive services, expanding our self-sufficiency opportunities, and policy development, restricting oversaturation of PBVs, which is project-based vouchers. So this is the photo I was referring to that I wanted to show everyone on the board. It's a racial dot map. And when you look at these areas that are primarily Black or brown communities, you find that the housing is it's not good housing. And so when we look at developing and when we look at going back into these areas and how are we going to build more housing, I will hope that the county board will focus outside of these highly saturated areas to develop and to build programs for. We have a lot of crime going on in these areas, as well as just poor housing quality. And so just looking at ways to shake things up and move things around so we don't have such a community that is so segregated. So our new developments and things in Champaign County, we have Bristol Place. We have Manor at Prairie Crossing and Haven at Marketplace that are all relatively new developments. So I have some explanations. We have projects under development as well. So HACC currently has 6 projects under development with the estimated cost of over $45 million and to produce about 175 units of affordable housing. So the way we develop, HACC develops in 2 different ways. We either do it through our mixed finance approach or we self-develop. So mixed finance approach, we bring in private developers who bring in their resources and we're able to upgrade amenities and just have more resources attached to the project so we can have the best project possible. So you'll find that a lot of our properties that we own currently are mixed finance projects. And we do have a handful of private or individual self-developed projects. I wanted to let the board know about Pinewood Place. Pinewood Place has been completed. It's new construction at 1606 East Colorado Avenue in Urbana, Illinois, and it was developed under an intergovernmental agreement with the city of Urbana and the Housing Authority. So unit breakdown, there's about 24 units that will be here. And of that, we have about 5 set aside for the statewide referral network. The additional 19 units will be taking referrals from the county boards. I'm sorry, from the Champaign and Cunningham townships. Eligibility for Pinewood, you have to be an individual with a special need, and preference will be given to those who are mentally, developmentally, and physically disabled with no income and who are pending approval of Social Security benefits. So we're really excited to be able to do this for Pinewood. For Urbana, the model is more of a transitional model. They'll be signing 1-year leases, and then we'll be able to support people as they're going through that and then transition them out, get them into tenant-based vouchers and more stable forms of housing. So the one thing I'm most excited about working for the Housing Authority and just being in the Champaign County community is that we approach housing differently than any other housing authority I've ever worked with or ever kind of came in contact with. We really take a focused, client-centered, stable housing approach. So we have to build supports around housing in order for it to be effective. And so many of our programs are designed with that concept in mind. And so I just want to kind of go over some of our Housing First programs and the things that HACC has done and what we've invested money in. Our first out, just kind of, this is the overview. We have a reentry program with both Women in Need and First Followers. We also have made some policy modifications, which I'll go over. We have an emergency family shelter in partnership with RPC and United Way. We also have the Healthy Beginnings program that we just launched this year, as well as the student voucher program that was just launched this year, and Youth Build transitional housing. So a little bit about the emergency family shelters here. Again, it's in partnership with RPC and United Way. Families are able to stay up to about 45 days while they're getting stable. So I think this is one program that is really critical right now, especially as we're experiencing such high volumes of homelessness in this community. So just good to be aware of what resources are out there. Additionally, we have some really robust reentry programs. Our goal ultimately is to reduce recidivism and increase housing options, primarily focused on making meaningful reductions and return to incarceration. So we do have the WIN and First Followers transitional homes. Those housed about 4 individuals at a time. After they've completed the program with WIN or First Followers, the Housing Authority may issue a voucher to the tenant once they completed the program in full. So once they go through transitional, they'll be eligible for a tenant-based voucher, which leads to stable housing, which hopefully reduces recidivism. In 2020, we also made some really critical policy changes to our criminal background screening, to where we only screen for those things mandated by HUD, which is lifetime sex offender or producing methamphetamines in a public housing unit. So aside from that, we don't screen for anything, and we don't, hold it against you if you have a criminal background and you need to be housed. The Housing Authority also operates a IDA reentry program. So that is about 15 vouchers that we've been funded for individuals who are exiting the prison system on parole. And so we're able to get them housed. We have the unit furnished when they come home, and our staff really does an excellent job at stewarding them back into the community. Healthy Beginnings is the partnership with Youth Build, the Housing Authority, and Carle. Carle Hospital donated about $150,000 for the Housing Authority to renovate these homes and put them back into use to the community for families and for low-income families. So the Youth Build program completed all the renovations on the homes, and they are currently all occupied with families that get about a $500 credit per month. A good amount of that goes toward rent, and the rest goes toward utilities. Anything left over is escrow for the family, so they could potentially walk away with about $10,000 or so after their term in the home to be used on a down payment on their own home or to pay off some bills. So it's a program that we designed in partnership with Carle to just really help people to become self-sufficient, and we've got a lot of good positive feedback and other organizations who are wanting to do something similar. We've also got the SHIFT program, which is our LSS incentive program. We work with clients to become self-sufficient, just kind of working through different categories such as education, employment, engagement, financial stability, and housing home ownership goals. So we've seen a lot of success with this program thus far. It's new as well, but we are still working through some of the kinks and challenges, but it's been doing good so far. We also have Youth Build transitional housing. It's set up as such as a work study program for our Youth Build program. So we partnered with a private developer who renovated the homes and provided furniture, so like dorm style furniture, for us to serve for students in these homes so they can learn and remain in school if they're facing homelessness. And then I just wanted to give an update on the Youth Build program. The Housing Authority also operates a Youth Build program. Why we believe Youth Build to be a good fit. We have low graduation rates in Champaign County, and the Housing Authority in itself has over $100 million in real estate development. We have a lack of quality affordable housing, and we have a lack of minority participation in the trades. So coupled with all those things coupled together, we looked at the Youth Build program and knew we had to bring it here. We really wanted to make an impact with it. So far, Youth Build is a community-based peer apprenticeship program. We serve youth who are aged 16 to 24 years old, who are high school dropouts or other disconnected populations. Our focus is completely on education, career, leadership development, and of course, development of affordable housing. So the Youth Build program so far has helped us renovate about 5 homes so far that they've worked on throughout the time of the program. And the program started in January of 2020. So Youth Build members earn a high school diploma. They earn Construction Plus Pathways, a National Center for Construction Education and Research certification. They also get OSHA 10, OSHA 30, forklift, flaggers, rolling green, residential maintenance. In addition to that, we pay them $70 a week plus bonuses. They get mentorship and a lot of supportive services. In recognition and I guess support of the Youth Build program, the Housing Authority invested in purchasing a building. We named it the David C. Sankey Center for Youth and Community Development. It's named after David Sankey, who was a teen murdered in Champaign a couple years back. We partner with CU Fresh Start to make sure that we're preventing unnecessary gun violence through targeted services and supports, including education, employment, training, mentorship, mental health resources. So in this facility, it's undergoing construction right now. And in this facility, we intend to host our construction training program. We also have housing and property management training, media arts program, hospitality program, information technology program, and restaurant management program. And we have partnered with Penn Foster Online, which is our online diploma provider, to provide all of these supports for the program. And Youth Build is building brighter futures, one graduate at a time. So since 2020, we've served 64 young people. We have about 75% of the students we come in contact with have a criminal background of some sort. And we have about a 95% success rate that we've seen so far. And so this program has really been helping to get in touch with the youth, divert violence, divert crime, and just really, kind of support them on their journeys to self-sufficiency, as well as the housing authorities building. And so we just kind of believe that one path or one way for us to get to, our ultimate goal is to work through the youth to be able to do all of these things. And so our call to action is to invest in the expansion of affordable housing, for it to expand local source of income protections, to be more strategic about development locations. I urge the board to consider safety trends and the travel time that it may take for people to get around, invest in construction trades programs for disadvantaged youth, and then to partner with HACC on whatever it is that we decide to do. I just would like to say that the American Rescue Plan, could potentially increase career and training opportunities for disadvantaged youth. And investing this money in affordable housing not only creates housing, but it also creates job opportunities, and it also couples infrastructure goals with the community needs. And so as we look at, I know we're not speaking on community violence tonight, but as we look at community violence, I think programs like this should be considered as well, because we're not only building housing, we're also, stopping some of the violence and the crime happening in the community by working with these youth. So that is the end of my presentation, and I thank you all so much for allowing me to speak to you.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions about that amazing information we just heard? Mary.
Hi, thanks so much for your presentation. It really was great, and all the work that the HACC does is wonderful. I'd just like you to go back and expand more on what you mean by supporting local landlords.
Okay. I would say, supporting local landlords, we focus a lot on clients, but our clients don't have a place to stay without the landlords. So landlords have struggled almost just as much as clients have over the last year. As if our clients aren't paying rent, then they're not receiving rent. A lot of landlords are also at risk for losing their properties because they don't have any income coming in on them. And so when I say we invest in local landlords, whether it be through some intervention programs to support renters, or incentivizing landlords, again, to take those renters who may be a risk to them traditionally, as we move past and beyond the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic.
So in the queue, then I have Samantha, then Jim, and then Steve. Samantha.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to thank you for sharing the wonderful work that the Housing Authority is doing in our community. I just wanted to also point out that I'm so glad that you made adjustments to some of your clients with criminal records. That's awesome. Very awesome, because it wasn't like at 15, 20 years ago when I applied for assistance with housing. So that's awesome to hear. Also, I wanted to ask you about Bristol Place, the rent to own program. How is that doing? And is that a beneficial program? Are you seeing a good response from that program?
So the Bristol homeownership program is another program that is really still under development. We got the plan written out. We understand what's supposed to happen. Over the next 8 years, clients will be earning credits toward owning their home at Bristol. So we haven't quite seen the impact yet because it's still so new. But we do intend or expect for the program to be successful.
But to my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that is a partnership with the city of Champaign. Yes. And you have to live in the housing complex, or you have to live in the location for 15 years before you have the option to purchase. Is that correct?
Yes. Because the reason why is because the tax credits will be up in 15 years. They'll be owned by a private developer until the end of the 15 years. And so once that property is released over to the city and the housing authority, clients will then be eligible to purchase if they so choose. So the credits that they earn for the Good Steward Lease Purchase Program is about $16,000. And then the credits that they potentially earn for the housing authority is about $16,000 through the SHIFT program. And so all in all, they'd be able to put about $32,000 or so down on a home, and the monthly rent will be pretty low if they're able to maximize the program.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
Jim.
Hello there, thank you. That really was a very good presentation, and I think I learned a lot about how things have expanded really in housing. In the county, and the job program, I think is very important for youth. Did have some questions. So, is there housing available now? Is there a waiting list?
We do have some housing available now. I don't know it off the top of my head, but if you go to hacc.com/housing, you'll be able to pull up our current wait lists that are open. But I'm not quite sure which those are off the top of my head right now.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, of the housing that's available, either emergency housing or vouchers or reentry type housing, the IHDA, how is that? How are those positions available? The county has a reentry program. We have people like at Healthcare Consumers who try to find housing for homeless, those types of things, and have had some issues. How do we get connected to be able to get that accomplished?
So are you asking how do you get connected with the housing authority to accomplish?
Well, for these programs and the open, is there open emergency housing available when we have reentry people come back? Okay. Those kind of things. And I think we've been trying to reach out and haven't been successful.
So the emergency, if there's emergency housing if we have immediate emergency housing needs, like I said, we do have EHVs currently. For referrals for that, we'll have to go through the continuum of service providers to the homeless or either of the townships. We don't have a program to where we could refer an individual directly to the housing authority for a voucher. We would have to go through either First Followers or IDA. If you have someone, I would suggest referring them to First Followers to go through the transition house and their program, and then they would be eligible for a voucher.
So what's the IHDA housing? That listed some reentry also.
Yes, so those referrals come directly from IDA. From the Illinois Department of Corrections, actually, excuse me. So IDA, this program is a grant between IDA, the Illinois Department of Corrections, and the Housing Authority. So IDOC makes the referrals directly to the Housing Authority as people are being released from prison. So essentially, they are working on a pre-release plan prior to being released, and then they're being released to immediate housing.
Great.
So we don't really have any control over the referrals if they come directly from Department of Corrections.
Okay, we have a reentry program meeting tomorrow, so I'll bring that up.
And then it's also a good idea to coordinate internally with IDOC. If you have individuals who you know are getting ready to be released, you can coordinate internally with IDOC, and we can get you some information on how to do that. So.
Great. There's been a lot of discussion and questions. And it's really probably a question for you and Lisa Benson. The rental census program. I know you gave a national figure. Is there a figure that indicates how many people will have issues with paying their rent if the moratorium ends in Champaign County? Are they being helped with applying for rental assistance? How is there a connection between the two of them? Because obviously the funds are available. 90% of the money nationally hasn't been used yet. So can you talk about that, please?
Yeah, sure. I wouldn't know if there is a dollar amount that we expect for Champaign County specifically. I don't have that information. But what I can say is the Housing Authority of Champaign County, we do help. If we have a client who is in need of rental assistance, we help them try to locate it or try to find some support. Our local self-sufficiency team would be that soft services team that deals with that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Steve.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. A lot of information, very helpful. One quick question with your youth build program, is that affiliated with or at least engaging with our local building trades unions?
I actually just had a meeting yesterday with Kevin Sage from the Building Trades. And so we had a pretty good meeting and just kind of looking at how to make youth build a little more robust. Although it's a very new program, we have seen tremendous success with this program. Very few of our young people reoffend when they come to us. They build good relationships, and the trades are very interested in working with us and helping us stack the credentials for our students.
Happy to hear that. That would be a good path for folks into very good paying jobs. I hope that you'll be able to make progress with the building trades on that coordination and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next I have Lorraine and then Kyle.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The houses that you built in my district was well needed because my district had housing authority, housing projects that was there for over 50 years that never got any kind of maintenance or anything. They were just in horrible condition. And I'm so happy for what you all are doing for the community, for the people in the community. I was at the Youth Build graduation a couple of weeks ago, and I had a nephew that graduated from the program, and we're so happy because he's thinking about going into the Youth Build program for construction. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we're definitely trying to get students to consider career paths in the trades. And if not the trades, we're working with them on other areas of interest for college or whatever. So just to be in touch and connected to these young people has been like, we're definitely trying to get to go.
Thank you so much. So next I have Kyle and then Chris.
Chris, if you want to go first, Chris, we got a clock for our wedding that dings really loud, and it's to the top of the hour. So,
okay, thank you, Kyle. Ms. Walton, I, like everybody else, really enjoyed your presentation. I was glad to hear about the different programs, especially Youth Build, and I was intrigued. You mentioned something about rehabilitating older homes in old neighborhoods. This is really important in preserving these historic neighborhoods, and also kind of helps preserve the craft built homes of 1930s and later. And Could you explain a little bit more how your group kind of helps support that?
Yes, absolutely. So we're always looking for construction partners for the Youth Build program, or landlord partners, people who own properties. Mostly we've been working on housing authority projects, and then of course the homes that were donated by Carl. For example, we're doing a renovation right now on Beardsley. It's a former scattered site public housing unit, and so it was built back in the 70s. So today the students went in and they tore out all of the old drywall in there, and they'll be rebuilding it back up. And so as opposed to us demolishing the homes, which was what we initially intended to do, we were going to demolish them, which would have costed us over $200,000. We have decided instead to invest them back into the affordable housing stock by also giving Youth Build the opportunity to build and learn. So of course, Youth Build is a grant through the Department of Labor. So we are able to utilize some grant funding, but we also use MTW funding from the from HUD to be able to renovate these homes.
Kyle, if your clock has stopped dinging.
Does this whole song thing, then dings like every, perhaps what hour it is. It's I don't know how people live like this. Lily, thanks for coming out. It's really great to just kind of see like the long list of the investments you guys have made and just really creative ways that you've invested in the community. And I will say, I had to look this up earlier. There are currently 3 wait lists that are open that are all 55 and older. And then there's also the Manor at Prairie Crossing in Mahomet, where there's not age restrictions. That's wait list is open. You had mentioned earlier about some landlords' unwillingness to take vouchers, and the importance of particularly the state putting in a policy to prevent discrimination of income source. And I should note the city of Urbana does have their human rights ordinance does not allow for that. So you can't deny somebody because of that in Urbana. Champaign and the rest of the county don't have that. How often do you guys see that come up, and how much of a hindrance do you believe that is, landlords refusing to take vouchers?
So I can say this one subject is one that since I've come to Champaign County, I've been here about 3.5 years. It's been the biggest advocacy area that I've pushed my former boss as well as me as the executive director to pursue and to explore. But source of income protections is a huge barrier for voucher holders. We just had a meeting with HUD about a month ago, and they told us, the Housing Authority has a surplus in money, increase your vouchers. You guys can go up about 150 more vouchers. We can go up 150 more vouchers, but do we have 150 more units out on the street that won't discriminate against the voucher holder to be housed? So if the resources are there, it's just really, we have the resources to put more people in housing, but we don't have the units to put more people in housing. So if we had source of income protections here in Champaign County locally, landlords would not be able to discriminate based on a voucher or based on Social Security or child support or wherever your income comes from. It would just be, you'd be considered a regular tenant. And so I think that it is a huge barrier, and it's something that needs to be brought to legislators' attentions on the state level, as well as Champaign County on a county-wide level.
Thank you.
Thank you. Earlier, I saw Jenny's hand was up. I didn't know if you had a comment. And I also meant to say this earlier to the clerk. Jenny Lokshin is here and came in quite a while ago. And I forgot to mention that to just make sure that we have her as here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you'll be able to hear me because I had to dial in from the library today. So I wanted to know Bristol Place specifically, because I go by that development all the time and it's gorgeous. It's a really fantastic looking neighborhood. The park there looks like a lot of fun. And I remember during the development phase, it was going to be a mixed low income and regular income housing, like with some units for regular income tenants. Is that still the case with that development? And if so, is that working well? Or
yes, we do have some market rate units over at Bristol, as well as subsidized units, and it works well. It works just fine. So I think it's a model that could be replicated. Also, the Haven at Marketplace right behind Walmart, that's another mixed income community. It's a model that could be replicated for other developments. We don't have to put low income people with low income people. A mixed income model really kind of balances out the community. So I think that's a great question and a great area of exploration for us.
No, I agree too. Thank you. And your presentation was really informative. I appreciate the time you put into it and for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lily. I appreciate it a great deal. And this, I believe you are only one who's had to come to 2 of these. So thank you so much. I think it's a testament to the good work that you're doing. So thank you. I'd like to ask the board, would it be okay with the board if we suspended the rules really briefly before we go to Lisa? We had a member of the public actually come here to Brookings for public comment and first went to the wrong place and would still like to make the public comment. And is it okay if we give this person the space to go ahead and do that? Okay, so you're gonna have to come over here to this computer. If you could just state your name and where you're from, and then you get 5 minutes. Okay.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you. My name is Linda Reynolds, and I am from Urbana. And I have been born and raised in Champaign-Urbana. I probably spend most of my time in both places, you know, half here and half there. I am here because I am also an activist, and I have been involved with a lot of groups nationally that do work with we got a glitch. We do work with a lot of groups nationally with the rent control issues because rent is just too high everywhere, and there's a lot of problems with that. And as you all know, we're facing a situation right now, which is coming up, so eventually. But that's a whole nother story. So the reason why I'm here today is because I would like to talk to you about the rescue plan, the American Rescue Plan. And I would like to talk to you about how important it is to be able to have not only safe, healthy, affordable place to live, but also to be able to be safe on your streets, in your community, and in your schools. We have a lot that's going on, and it's really hard when you look at someone that you love. And I'm saying this to mothers and grandmothers because a lot of grandmothers do raise grandkids and they do have their kids. But you look at someone you love that is a mother and they tell you, why do I have to choose between my son and my life? In other words, why do I have to choose between my son and dying? Things are personal for me right now. And I know that there's probably not a whole lot of, I mean, I can understand that there's a whole lot of not knowing how to address certain things. But I do know that there are people who come from situations who are nonprofits, and they are people who have walked that journey and walked that walk. It used to be a time when my experience and what I know was sufficient enough. Somehow it doesn't seem like it matters anymore, but I feel that it does. I feel that people have walked journeys and understand what is going on because they've been there and done that and have changed their ways in life and have become better people and want to reach out to help other people who are locked up in that. You know, it speaks biblically that what we learn and what we know is what we share with others to help them through what they're going through. This is a true fact. These nonprofits are programs that can help people My understanding is they cannot help the kids because they cannot be into the school districts because they have a past history. You know, my understanding is it's really important for them to be able to be acknowledged and reached out because we need real help. You know, we need help with people who can really help us because they do know. When I'm speaking about the nonprofits, I'm speaking about We Know First Followers, but I'm also wanting to put out here Truth. And there is, you know, I mean, there's, and also for help with Trauma Resilience Initiative. They are really, this is really a good, that really helps for trauma. I know it helps to have someone there, you know, to help you that understands because they've been through what you've been through, you know, not because they haven't, but they're there. Like, you know, when my son passed away of cancer, I was sent to talk with, I'm sorry, when my husband passed away from a tragic accident, I was sent to talk to somebody who can help people because they passed away from cancer. Well, that's not helping me, you know, my situation is totally different, right? But when my son passed away from cancer, that, you know, an illness, that would have been helpful for me, you know, because I can relate and understand because you know, you've been through that. But those are just examples. But I think that I feel that it would really be good. I've also kind of wondered if it would be okay if you would consider helping people with video surveillance. Video surveillance is really a good thing. Video surveillance can help. And I think that if people can have video surveillance, it would help us to be able to actually put a change in to what, you know, we can't see, you know. And then again, better video surveillance in the schools, you know, because a lot of things are happening that aren't able to really be seen, you know. And that's kind of how a lot of this works. I mean, for someone to come in the night, you know, is pure evil, you know, and to just do what they do, you know. These kids are all, I mean, all the kids that I know, a lot of the kids are being hurt, you know, killed. I mean, they haven't had the opportunity to understand what love really is, a relationship, you know, kids, you know, life. And I just feel that if there was just some kind of way that we could come together and maybe invest in things that could stop and curb and get us to where we need to get this contained in some kind of a form instead of the way that it's just the way that it is, it would be a wonderful thing. And I think basically that's probably all I have to say. And I thank you for listening. And I really wish you would just consider what I'm saying. You have a safe, blessed day, everybody. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for allowing that. So we're gonna go back and next to the agenda. And so just to remind everybody, we have Lisa, then Danielle, and then Andy. So Lisa.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting me and for allowing me to share some information about the work that we're doing at the Regional Planning Commission. I am the Community Services Director at the Regional Planning Commission. I'm not going to go over and highlight these programs this evening. However, I did want to share, as Lily pointed out, we do manage the emergency shelter for families with the Housing Authority as a partner in the United Way. We also provide various programs for utility assistance that do impact and assist households across Champaign County with utility assistance. And then lastly, we manage approximately 70 permanent supportive housing vouchers for households that are literally homeless and that have disabilities. But tonight I have been asked to talk about our emergency rent assistance program. And do I have my presentation on the screen now?
It says you started screen sharing, but we don't see your presentation yet.
Okay. I would end up with technical difficulties, wouldn't I? It says I'm screen sharing. You don't see anything?
No.
Okay.
Maybe stop it and try it again. Which is
Yeah, everything's frozen now.
Oh.
Because I'm trying to do stop share and it's not doing it. Well, can we am I frozen altogether?
You are not frozen.
Okay, on my screen I am. Can you actually, I apologize, maybe jump to the next person and I'll see if I can get this fixed?
Sure, that's totally
Thank
fine.
you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, nope, believe me, I've been where you are, seems like every other day. Danielle.
Good evening. I'm also going to try to share my screen. So let me see if I can. Okay. Okay. So we're going to present. Oops. Okay. Oops. Do you see me or my screen? Whoops, not share. Hold on. I'm going to present. Stephanie, can you see my screen? Hold on. It says loading. Can you see loading?
Yep, and we see,
Okay.
yeah, we
Cool.
saw it. Yep, there you go.
Awesome. Okay. I'm going to minimize this. Okay. Good evening. Thank you for this important discussion about affordable housing before the county board. I really want to applaud the county for leading in kind of public participation around ARPA funds. So I appreciate you all having so many public input sessions, and I listened into the community violence session last night. I wanted to first just, I'm the Cunningham Township Supervisor. Here's in one quick snapshot what we did this last year. I do want to point out that sometimes you can do a lot more with the already existing dollars you have, and leveraging those dollars, there's so much more that can be done. So when I came in as supervisor, my predecessor had 26 people she was serving. Last year, our office served 4,000 people. So you know, I want to show what's possible when we come together to collaborate, because a lot of these pieces are because of collaboration. So we collaborate in general assistance with the city of Champaign Township, helping to kind of shore up our process, rental assistance with our rental assistance partners, RPC and city of Champaign Township. We supported emergency housing last year with 100% private donations. So our donors were our partners. And thanks to our partnership with the Housing Authority, we've helped a number of folks move into subsidized housing by working with the Housing Authority and the available vouchers. Mostly last year it was seniors and disabled residents and some literally homeless residents. We do disability support. We help people apply for SSI and get awarded payments. And last year, thanks to our partnership with the Chitty Murray Foundation and Sola Gracia and Solidarity Gardens partners, we were able to deliver food to people's homes and help keep them safe during the pandemic. We supported 17 organizations with social services, and we launched in partnership with local faith-based organizations spearheaded by the Unitarian Church. We launched the utility fund, and that's the number of folks, and this is all 2020 numbers. So the first thing I want to say is go big or go home, right? So we have the opportunity with our community and the ARPA dollars that are coming in and the strong community collaborations that we built during COVID to really address some long-standing issues that we have in our community. And I encourage us to think big and for us to collaborate with the two cities and really develop a vision for how we can move the needle on some of these issues that have affected us for so long. So actually my presentation is not so much about township. That is the only slide about township. It really is about our community needs countywide and some of the opportunities I see as an elected official working in this space where the county and the cities can lean in and really move the needle on the big issues that face us around housing. So the first piece is I want us to set a stake in the sand as a community that we can and will end homelessness. I want us to start with literally homeless and to start with children. And in both cases, we have unique opportunities. This right now, thanks to COVID dollars and some of the partnerships we have to really house everyone who's literally homeless. And I know that sounds like a big task because we see more people on the street who are literally homeless, but I think that we can do it. And I'm going to talk through a little bit some of the steps in that. I want to talk just a few data points that we've collected in our office with support from our interns about what things looked like before COVID. So this is the poverty rate in Champaign County. It's higher than state and national rates and rising. And no, it's not just because we have students in our county. If it was due to students, we would see a flat line for Champaign County because the student population is largely not increased during this time. But instead, it's really because we have a service class and a professional class. And that service class is basically either their hours are cut or they are fired twice a year, once in the summer and once in the winter, because Champaign-Urbana and Champaign County revolves around the University of Illinois. And we see exodus, we see that flow, the tidal flow of our community also has impacts for our workers and our service class workers, which make up a huge part of our economy. This is not what unemployment looks like for other communities, but it's what it looks like in Champaign County because of these bumps. So as you make choices and do work in the future, really think about those summer and winter times. Those are times when we see the biggest need for rental assistance, when we see some of the biggest hardships. And unfortunately, one of those times is when it's very cold outside. This is from the United Way before, so this was 2019 numbers, but a person had to work an average of, they had to work 73 hours a week at minimum wage to afford the average 2-bedroom apartment. That's gotten a little bit better with the increase in minimum wage. Families with children in poverty, I wanted to show you what the poverty map looks like. And, you know, to show that it really is, you know, it surrounds the community, right? It's not just in one area. So residents with disabilities can't afford housing in Champaign-Urbana. If you receive SSI, payments are $794 a month. SSI recipients can't afford any independent housing at market rates. I'm sorry, hold on one sec. So to avoid rent burden, they would need to pay under $258 a month. So here's a chart of Social Security recipients in Champaign County. So as you can see, although the county population has not increased much, we're seeing an increase in disabled participants who are poor. Those are folks who receive Social Security. And you can see those numbers are, what is it, 3,500 or so. So Lily Walton spoke to this, and it's an important piece of the equation, but essentially we have enough housing. right? And we could build new housing. Pinewood is a new construction, Bristol Place, these are all Haven and Marketplace. It's important that we produce these new houses, but it's also the case to note that vacant rental stock in Champaign-Urbana increased 50% from 2,000 to 3,000 empty units in the 9 years leading up to 2019. These are 2019 numbers. This amount would house the number of known homeless residents in the county several times over. So, and this was numbers I pulled from Housing Authority when I was on the board. 85 holders or 6% were circling looking for a place to live on average last month each year. And they report to us facing discrimination. Landlords concerned with renting to voucher holders. Discrimination is a really big part of what voucher holders face. So we do need more vouchers, and we also need to address discrimination. And in some ways, that's why we've looked to build new brick and mortar housing, is despite the surplus, is because at least we can guarantee houses. Housing precarity is high in our county and in our 2 cities. 59% of county renters were rent burdened pre-COVID, and in Urbana it was 66.4%. The national average is 50%, which frankly is abysmal for a country like ours, but our county is worse. Eviction-wise, we're not doing too badly. If you look at Eviction Lab data, this is the state versus the county stats. The eviction filing rate. That said, we will talk about evictions. We looked at just for 2018, 392 evictions were filed, so approximately a little bit over than 1 per day just in Urbana alone. And we've got to look at the long-term implications of evictions. Families and children are displaced. There's school disruption, there's separation, there's homelessness, there's violence, there's sexual violence comes from homelessness and housing precarity. For renters, it makes it hard to qualify for a new apartment. And for landlords, frankly, it's up to $1,500 in court costs and attorney's fees that they're not going to get back. So avoiding evictions at all costs is really important for many different populations. So here's where I get to those were just some data points for you to chew on. I want to talk about solutions. So we need to stake out that we are going to end homelessness, but how? Here is 6 different points, and I have a slide for each point. So first, I really think that we should develop a countywide plan to end homelessness, and this should be with input from those who know best. And frankly, we have a lot of rental assistance and housing homeless services participants in our databases amongst the service providers. And we need to reach out and really engage those populations and what is needed. I do want to point people to the Oak Park Township Plan. I will send this presentation to Stephanie along with that link so that you can send it out to the county board members, Stephanie. But it was led by Oak Park Township, and Oak Park community members came together to basically envision a plan to end homelessness. It's very inspiring. Second, I think we need to end evictions for non-payment. Third, we need guaranteed living wage jobs starting with youth employment. Fourth, we need to shore up and stabilize our existing programs that support housing, homeless services, and housing precarity. We need to take advantage of existing opportunities that exist right now as ARPA funds are coming down. And we need to build the capacity to address unaddressed issues. And I have a couple of slides on those that will be of interest. So, this is the link to the Oak Park Plan, but really we need to look at making homelessness rare, brief, and one time, right? And we can do this, and we can do it especially with some of the, with a partnership with the Housing Authority and some of the vouchers that are coming down right now. It's very, I wish the feds had done it a long time ago, but they're doing it now during a pandemic, and we should take advantage of that. So first, I would really encourage the county board to track evictions. Let's look, and our rental assistance partners to look at evictions and to see the numbers and to make sure that they are going down based on our efforts, right? So we can actually measure, do we see less evictions? We need to eliminate all evictions for non-payment where families can't pay. So basically, if the situation is, it's one thing to not pay if you got, you know, other things, and there's very few people in that category, but there's another thing where you simply can't pay. And actually our rental assistance dollars during not in COVID times, really you have to income qualify for that. So we need some way of supporting people who basically are behind, between jobs or behind on rent. Or recently disabled and are behind on rent. There is a court mediation program that is building. I think the county should look at making sure that that is permanent, and we should continue to support rental assistance. I want to talk about guaranteed employment. I think this is another thing that we can stake out as a community. We need to say that we are guaranteeing employment for summer employment for all youth 16 and up who wish to work. There should be guaranteed jobs for youth 16 and up over the summer, period. We should figure out how much money would it take, who are our partners, and how we're going to make it happen. We also need guaranteed employment for youth 18 to 25. That means guaranteed employment at the beginning of your career, right? It's great to have a project here and a project there, but we actually need to think big. Universal healthcare, universal housing, guaranteed employment. We can start in our community. Honestly, I think it's the number one thing we can do to address gun violence and community violence in our community is guaranteed summer employment and youth employment. And we're not talking internships, living wages, professional development opportunities. This really, I'm looking at the public sector. It's the park districts, the libraries, the townships, the school districts. Housing Authority actually does a good job on this. I'm not going to pick on them, but looking at diverse employment for our cities, they need to hire people from our community who otherwise would not have access to jobs. The county needs to do this. You need to track your employment statistics, and the cities need to do the same, and they need to set benchmarks, and they need to hire within the communities that are hurting in Champaign-Urbana. We need public sector commitment to diverse employment, and we need to support and build on existing programs like Youth Build. I met with Youth Build. We've been partnering with Youth Build. They help build our raised beds at our Solidarity Gardens. And you know, what I heard was that that linkage with the trades was not solid. So I really look to us to shore up and make sure that, you know, the building trades and construction trades and the unions are open and accessible to all in non-discriminatory ways. Part of in thinking about this presentation, I was like, what if I was queen of the county? Where would I give the money based on what I'm seeing? And I really think that sometimes we take for granted what we have already. And I will tell you, when it comes to homeless services and housing, existing programs are vulnerable. We lost our emergency housing this summer. We've had moments where domestic violence services were really at risk. When the state budget crisis hit, people were just so close to the bone. We saw how close and precarious. So I really think that the county board should be looking at, and the cities, I'm speaking to everyone getting ARPA funds. Township is not getting ARPA funds. Otherwise I'd be, you know, happily looking to spend it, to support ownership of shelters and social services. Who has mortgages? How deep in debt is Courage Connection? Can you pay off their debt? Can you help pay off their debt? Can we do a challenge? Who else has a mortgage who needs support so that we can, and if you do pay off mortgages for like the See You at Home or Courage Connection, make sure that there's a deed or a lien on it so that we don't have to buy it again in the future, like we are doing with Rosecrans and See You at Home. That was a donated location, and now Rosecrans is selling it to See You at Home. That should have never happened. Those were public dollars, and it should have stayed public. What are one-time needs from social services, right? So what does emergency family shelter need? Like are there infrastructure needs that they have? What are some of the one-time needs? Are there accessibility needs? I know a township, we just launched an emergency housing program last week. We have 6 units. Next year it'll be 8 units. And we don't have any accessible units, and we don't right now have the dollars to make them accessible. So we are looking at new appliances. We want energy efficiency. We want to do accessible units. We would welcome your partnership since we don't have ARPA dollars coming to township for this. But it also, I would look at other services and other organizations. I know that Youth Build was hoping to put a culinary kitchen in and they weren't able to. So, you know, where are there areas where we could do some infrastructure improvements that would really help to leverage up? And extend diverse housing programs under COVID. There were a lot of really great programs that popped up. And I think it gave a lot of folks options, you know, very precarious people with medical conditions were getting housing from healthcare consumers. And that was really great because healthcare consumers is an expert in working with people with precarious medical conditions. CU Trauma and Resiliency Initiative was housing people who are victims of gun violence. I don't know, I can't speak to if any of them are housing people now. I just want to be clear, these are, but they were, and they have cultural competence in working with families with who are impacted by gun violence. First Followers, the same thing. When Recovery, these were folks who have had new housing programs, and we really can shore up our existing programs. I can list others. I don't mean to be exclusive, but those are some of the highlights. And I want to tell the story of Win Recovery in particular. Win Recovery, I was calling around trying to find housing for women that was year round, because I'm going to be very blunt, but the women I work with were being raped on the streets. That's what was happening. And they needed housing immediately. And I did not want to have to wait till winter. And I was calling through and I was told to talk to somebody named Bethany Breton, and I got her on the phone and we talked for 2 hours straight the first time I called her. And she told me she was graduating and she had a business plan for launching reentry and housing and recovery housing, but it was just a plan. And so I connected her to Education Justice Project. They connected her to Susan Burton. Susan Burton bought them houses. Her donors bought them houses, and it connected her to Housing Authority, because Housing Authority had empty houses, and Housing Authority graciously gave a house both to First Followers and Win Recovery. It's not rocket science. There are people in our community ready to build programs, and that was it. That's, you know, it was a lot of work on their part. Obviously, Bethany and her team did the most work, but it was developing those connections, and now we have housing and support we didn't have before. Special opportunities and current needs. I want to call to your attention that between C19, that's supposed to say C19, not C10, sorry, and emergency housing vouchers, we have 163 vouchers, as Lily was talking about, Ms. Walton was talking about. This is really our opportunity to house our homeless and very vulnerable at risk of homeless population, and we need to take advantage of it. We also at Township have Bridge to Home Rapid Rehousing dollars from the state. And we have significant rental assistance dollars, which gives us a lot of data on needs and also a lot of addresses for people who we know are precarious. And we really see a great gap in terms of case management to move people into housing, mental health supports to keep people in housing, and we need to address discrimination and open up the housing market. And I'm sure Lisa Benson will speak more about some of these needs, but I just want to point out that we have the vouchers, we got the people. Can we get some support in matching them and helping people move into housing? It really does take advocates to do that work, and we do not have funding locally for that. That is a missing piece right now that I really think would be helpful. And then these are my last 2 slides. Thank you for your time. I really think that once we kind of look at supporting existing programs and looking at special opportunities such as the emergency housing vouchers, I think that's when we also need to look at building capacity to address unaddressed issues. I think that what we have seen in our community is that we cannot put all of our eggs in one basket when it comes to emergency housing, right? We've launched an emergency housing program for families. RPC and United Way and Housing Authority runs a sister program. We can work very closely together. You know, they're in Champaign and we're in Urbana. We're right down the street from the Urbana School District, and we've been able to build, you know, add capacity to our overall program or our overall emergency housing in the community. So too, I think we need to stop thinking that there's one place where we shove everybody who's homeless. It doesn't work, and it's not working in our community. We need diverse, culturally appropriate, supportive housing options, emergency options. I think that women should be in a place where they don't have to be close to their abusers or stalkers. I think the parents with children need additional support. And I think we're getting close at being able to address the literally homeless population, but there is an enormous precariously housed McKinney-Vento Definition Act homeless population of women and children who are sleeping on couches, moving from house to house. They're not in cars necessarily. Between Lisa's program and my program, we've helped to really get the literally homeless population off the street for parents with children, but there are this other population we need to serve. Nathan referred to this, but LGBTQ residents need to have a place where they feel safe and supported. Being in a shelter with men when you are a transgendered woman is not going to work, and it's not safe, and it's not what they're just not going to seek shelter at that location. And the category of people who have the least options in this community are heads of households who are disabled. The Housing Authority has some great programs for disabled residents who are single to live with seniors, but we really are lacking programs for that category of folks. There are some of the permanent supportive housing vouchers, but very limited. So I think other areas where I see as supervisor where we can build capacity is the one-door alternative to jail or the hospital. And really, especially now that See You at Home on their website lists that they're a dry shelter. And so someone who goes to See You at Home, they are breathalyzed, tested, and drug tested when they go to See You at Home. So that is their intake. And so there are a lot of folks who are not going to meet that threshold. And we need to have alternatives for them. The other piece I'd like us to look at is addressing high utility costs. Landlords do not have incentive to address these issues and retrofit their apartments and homes. And so tenants are caught having to pay the utility bills, the landlords and their huge utility bills. I look at utility bills of people who live in 800 square foot apartments, 500 square foot apartments who are paying the same utilities I pay in a house with 5 bedrooms. Right? It's totally crazy to me. And, right now we have a good amount of utility assistance, but generally speaking, LIHEAP runs out of money. And so looking into the future, how can we really build or renovate or how can we address utility costs? Third to last is building or renovating. We need low-cost single resident occupancy or efficiency options. There are just not enough housing options for single folks who are making such low wages or living on disability. So this is an area where we could build where there may not be enough housing stock, or we need to take over motels and hotels that are, that are crumbling and turn this into that. And then I think really looking at sometimes when we are also a funder, and there have been times when we have offered funding multiple times to meet certain needs, and there isn't an organization that's actually positioned to take the funding and meet the need. So I really think that I know the Independent Media Center is working on an incubator program because the IMC is a fiscal sponsor in the community for new organizations, and really trying to figure out how could we use that kind of fiscal sponsorship platform that's at the Community Foundation and the IMC. Those are the only places I'm aware of to really help to build capacity of social service organizations and to really look at how can we build leadership amongst impacted folks with diverse staff and leadership of people who have really been through a lot of the things that the services provide. So with that, I will end. I'm going to send this presentation to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Samantha and then Jim.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I follow you on Facebook, and one thing that has stood out about me is, as an elected official, your heart is in the work that you do for this community, and I really, really appreciate you. I've watched you all through the pandemic. Even though things were closed down, you were constantly working and trying to help the homelessness population in our community. So for that, I definitely want to thank you. Also, you're welcome. I own a business on North First Street, and I just want to share this story with you. In the past, our city has basically shunned the homeless. And I'm gonna tell you what happened. There was a bench that sat on the corner of University and First, right? There were different homeless people that sat there and slept there. And I watched throughout the years. When there were homeless people that sat at that bench, the bench was removed. Okay. And then it mysteriously popped back up. Okay. I've watched city officials be disconnected to the problems that plague our community. So I just really want to thank you. I thought that was such a harsh thing to do. I spoke with other business owners on North First Street during that time. This has been years ago, but I just felt like it was so sad. There was no reason outside of the fact that there were homeless people that were making that bench into a bed, you know? So I just really hope with your presentation that the privileged people of our community really understand that this is a problem that has been flared up due to the pandemic. And I hope that we can get some assistance with working together and help the homeless of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Samantha. Just two quick responses. One is that at Township, it's a team effort and I have 11 staff, and yes, my team is amazing and I love them. And second, oftentimes communities think that if you just make the problem invisible, it will not exist anymore. And I think we've learned in many different ways how much of a failure that is. We actually need to make the problem more visible. We actually need to be more visible. The homeless need to be in front of the county board, in front of the city councils. They need to be advocating for their rights instead of brushed away. And I appreciate your statements and I appreciate your leadership, Samantha.
Jim.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and maybe a better understanding of the issues, especially for homelessness. Obviously, we have limited funds. It's a long list, but I did have some questions because I think the homelessness issue is important, especially for women and children, and that we have the resources and places to help them. One of your comments, if I understood it right, said that 50% of the housing was available at certain parts of the time. And I was wondering, is that student housing? If it was available, would a voucher actually be able to pay the rent in some of those locations? I think those would be important questions to understand. The other one would be, is a moratorium on evictions, which definitely understand not wanting people thrown out. We're going to talk about whether there's funds available or not. But as far as landlords are concerned and their ability to pay their mortgages, many landlords in town are mom and pop organizations and homes who have very few rental houses, and some of them are going bankrupt because they're not receiving their rent. Fewer lower income or affordable houses mean that we have a greater homeless issue. So I think that's why Lily was talking about supporting landlords. We can't just expect them to pay for the houses, repair them, make them available and not be paid, or we won't have the housing for people to live in. So could you address those, please?
Yes, certainly, Jim. Thank you for your questions. So the first is I really appreciate that you're looking at the situation of homeless women and children, and I'd really encourage us. That's actually one of the most invisible aspects of homelessness in our community. Many, when we did have a brief 6-month pilot program where we supported women with kids and parents with kids who are McKinney-Vento Definition Act homeless, so they're kind of moving around couch to couch. We were overwhelmed with about 15 families a month and $16,000 in payments. So it's an important piece. Available housing, I just want to clarify that we went from 2,000 vacant units to 3,000 vacant units in an 8-year period, up 50%. So we're kind of talking about, this is like 2018 numbers. 3,000 vacant units. I don't know, because it's American Community Survey data, where it's located, but I will say that I believe that it is throughout the community. It is only Champaign-Urbana. I'm sorry, that's not full county. That's just CU, that particular study. And I think that there is no such thing as student housing. In the city of Urbana, if you advertise that your housing is student housing, you're discriminating and violating the city of Urbana law. So housing is housing. People are students, they're disabled, they're parents at all various times in their lives, right? And we change actually what our status is. So I would say, all housing is housing and should be available to everyone regardless of their student status. In terms of payments, I would encourage you to look at what the vouchers in Champaign County pay. I found the voucher payments from the HAP payments from Housing Authority to be quite reasonable. I don't want to misquote the latest amount, but when I looked at them, I actually found that the payments that the Housing Authority makes that are HUD dollars through the Housing Authority were higher than what I considered to be kind of market rates for housing in those. So I think there's a misunderstanding that the voucher payments are low. It's not like Medicaid. Medicaid, that's too low. Their payments are really too low, but the voucher payments actually are pretty reasonable. I do want to, then your second question is really important, because I've heard this before. Landlords have mortgages, and I totally get that. And it's a lot of small businesses, but I will say this, landlords have many opportunities to apply for rental assistance. They had a specific landlord window through the state of Illinois to apply to get all of those rental arrears cleared up. Landlords can apply to the work with their tenants to apply for the emergency rental assistance program. And I'm sure Lisa can speak to the landlord kind of participation in that program that she runs. But I would say, Jim, there's really no excuse right now, given how many rental assistance dollars are available at the state and local level, for any landlord to be behind. They need to apply for those dollars and receive them. And there really isn't, there's not a lot of situations that I'm aware of where landlords would not be able to access. We are lucky that way. I feel very blessed that we have those dollars locally and at the state level. But I would encourage, I think that's a little bit of a I don't know, misunderstanding, or one of those information pieces that kind of runs around social media but needs to be fact checked, is that landlords can apply for rental assistance, and they should. And and we want that housing stock to stay healthy. So I agree with you in that way, but they need to go for it just like the tenants go for it, and they need to assist their tenants in doing that.
Okay, I'd like to just kind of discuss that a little bit, because my understanding with the rental assistance is that the tenant actually has to sign off on the paperwork, and in many cases that isn't happening, so the landlords can't access the funds. Secondly, my son has just moved back into town, and he's looking for a place to live, moderately priced, and there are very few places for individuals and families to rent. I said student housing, obviously. There's a lot of housing on campus that is set up for 4 people. And I suppose you could put 4 homeless people in one of those apartments. I think they're $1,000 to $1,500 a piece. I'm not sure that a housing voucher would pay for that. But it's not someplace that really would be suitable for a family. It might work, I suppose. But that was where I was going with that.
Mhm.
Anyway, if you could respond to that, that'd be great. Thank you.
I'm gonna let Lisa respond to the process that landlords can use to access it, because I feel like she's the expert, but I do know that there was a landlord only period of time where landlords could apply through the state, and we did encourage landlords to do that at that time. We see housing available for families in the, $650 to $1,000 range pretty regularly. And those, like One North and other places rent by the room at about $400 to $500 a month. So there are, we're in the business of putting people into housing. There are a couple, if you're a sucker and you want to rent for $1,500 a room on campus in one of those high rises, be my guest. But I think that's not the majority of housing that we're referring to. So, but I think some more data collection around that vacant rental housing stock would be helpful in addressing this issue.
Thank you. Samantha.
One more thing. I'm sorry, I'll be real quick. Can you just tell us again how many hours have to be worked in order for a person to maintain a 2-bedroom? I think you said in your presentation.
Yeah, it was 72 hours. This is 2019 numbers before the raise in minimum wage, and you'd have to work 72 hours at a minimum wage job in Champaign County to afford a 2-bedroom with rent and utilities. So you basically kind of have to be 2 people. And I do know a lot of people who work 2 full-time jobs pretty regularly, and that's what they're dealing with. So, clearly moving the minimum wage to be a living wage is a key part of addressing the housing crisis. And, obviously we need state and federal support to do that.
And also I wanted to just point out too, for a single parent, that's hard for a parent to be a parent and they're working 2 jobs just to maintain a roof over their kid, them and their kids' head, so I think that was very important that you pointed that out, and thank you so much.
Yep, my best friend is in that situation right now. So she just took on an extra job so she could help her family overseas. So and she got 2 kids. So you don't have any time with your kids when you're working 2 jobs.
I had a quick question. I had a quick question for clarification. You said there were 86 people right now, or families right now with vouchers that can't find a place.
Mm-hmm.
And then do you have a sense of how many, is there a wait list for vouchers?
No,
So
what I mean is, and that's an average monthly circulation. So I looked at every month, the Housing Authority, they publish great statistics. I really encourage you to look at the monthly executive director's report. It's like a lot of great data that we really didn't have before David and Lily's leadership that's available to us. But in that, it includes how many folks have vouchers. Like the Housing Authority has said, yes, you are approved for a voucher. Go out there and find a place that you can rent. And they are circulating and not able to find places to rent. And well, I think Lily was referring to was that, HUD is saying we've got more money for vouchers. I mean, a voucher is like when someone gets a voucher at Township, we ring a bell and tell them they have won the jackpot and we all do a dance. It is like you are in a good position for years, 8 years if you're a family, forever if you have a disability or you're a senior. This is a great thing. And we have vouchers that we could have in our community if we could get folks into housing. And yet the problem is not that we don't have housing available, because we know there's a 50% increase and it can't all be that higher end housing, right? We know that there's vacancies. So how do we address that? We have to address discrimination. We have to help, move folks into housing. And that may mean to either address discrimination and public ownership. Those are the 2 options, really.
Okay. Is there also a waiting list for vouchers?
Yes, there is a waiting list for the housing choice vouchers, and I'll let Ms. Walton speak to that, but I know that the last time we had an opening when I was on the board, we had an opening, it was like a 5-day opening, and we had about, I think it was like, I want to say 5,000 people apply for 1,500 spots in really short order. So it's rare that there's an opening and they're at a premium. There's a lot of folks in need. Esther Pat estimates that 1 in 5 people who need a voucher have one. That is her estimate from the tenant union.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move to Lisa. Lisa, you're up. I feel like we've been talking about you for about 20 minutes, so we're going to let you talk.
Before that, I raised my hand. I wanted to address one thing with Danielle. I appreciate what she talked about with regard to energy efficiency with households and units. One statement that she made that I did want to just correct because it's really important. LIHEAP has not ran out of funds in many, many years. I can't remember a time since I've been at the regional planning that we've ran out of funds. So I do want to correct that. And then also say it could be that people maximize the benefit that the state allows them to receive, but we have not run out of funds. So.
Yeah, thanks for that correction. I think sometimes it closes and also people do hit their maximum and then they don't have that support. So I appreciate the clarification.
Absolutely. Okay, am I sharing screen this time?
We could see it. It's amazing.
Thank goodness. Okay, so as I said, I was asked tonight to specifically talk about the emergency rent assistance program, and I put together some slides and some data, and I will jump right into that. So the emergency rent assistance is a Department of Treasury fund that we receive and are administering across Champaign County. Eligible households include those that have been financially impacted by COVID, have a household member that can demonstrate a risk of experiencing homelessness or housing instability, and has a household income at or below 80% of the area median income, which is actually a pretty high threshold. It's the highest threshold that we usually see across Champaign County when we're looking at income qualifications. Oh, and the other thing that I did want to highlight here is that our emergency rent assistance program and those that are run by the by the Regional Planning Commission, we do indeed serve those that have housing vouchers. So we definitely provide assistance, as Ms. Walden had talked about. There are programs that sometimes do indeed restrict or allow the restriction of assisting those that receive housing vouchers or housing subsidies. Our programs do serve those that have housing subsidies. So the emergency rent assistance application process, we received word about these funds late January, I think it was, and we launched probably one of the first programs, maybe even across the nation, but definitely one of the very early launches in Illinois. So in February of 2021, we launched our first go at the emergency rent assistance program. And we started with a process that allowed tenants to call a call center and schedule an appointment. And we did intakes, in-person appointments with individuals so we could assist them with the application process. We also did a landlord partnership during that time. What I do want to state here is a piece of information that was kind of discussed in the previous presentation. We have done a focus on partnering with landlords to submit applications on behalf of their tenants. That way they don't necessarily have to rely on the tenant to directly come in and complete the application process. I do want to highlight there is a requirement that the assistance is based on the tenant. So the tenants at some point have to participate because income eligibility is based on tenants' income, and there's required pieces of documentation that the tenants do indeed have to provide. In May, we also did a landlord referral process. So we were hearing from the landlords, and we've really taken an approach not only to help the tenants because we want to help them, but we also want to help the landlords. We recognize that they also are experiencing hardships related to the situation. So landlords were concerned that their tenants weren't participating or following through. So we launched a landlord referral process in May of 2021, allowing landlords to refer their tenants to us and let us try to get them engaged and involved in the process. So through February through June, we learned a lot with the process. And then in July, we did our next iteration of the program. And that is our current process, where there's an initial application that they submit, and then we schedule them for an intake, and they that's how the process goes. We are still accepting applications as we speak. The applications are available online at our public libraries, the Rantoul Community Center, and then at our Brookins location in Urbana. So the funding. Again, the emergency program makes funding available to assist households that are unable to pay rent and utilities due to a financial impact related to COVID. We have two pots of money, essentially, Department of Treasury funding. They are referred to as ERA 1 and ERA 2. So on the left, you will see our ERA 1. The total amount of funding that has been allocated specifically for Champaign County is $6.2 million. The direct assistance for housing arrearage, that's utility and rent, is nearly $5.6 million. At this point, we have received 100% of this funding, and it will be available to assist households through either when it's exhausted or up until September 30th. It will be exhausted before September 30th, I have no doubt. We also then were granted another allocation of funding specifically for Champaign County that is referred to as ERA 2. That totals a little over $7.8 million. The direct assistance for households is again, a little over 6.6 million. At this point, Champaign County Regional Planning Commission has received 40% of this funding. It has a period of a performance that ends September 25th. That should say 2020. Actually, it is correct, of 2022. It's either 2022 or 2025. I might have messed that up, but I can correct that. I'll check. When I saw that, I'm like, wait, I don't know if that's right. So, we have not, and I'll talk about this in the next slide, we have not even touched this money yet. We are still working through our ERA 1 funds. So the status of the direct assistance funds. As of our data on August 23rd, this is the total amount of spending. We have served 1,365 unduplicated households. We've spent a total of $3.9 million, meaning roughly we have about 1.8 million of the ERA 1 funding still to allocate to households. About 18% of that has been in utility arrearage payments. This is one of those things that I'm really proud of, the fact that we took on this program locally. Locally in the sense that certain counties were given the opportunity to administer these funds, or they could elect to have the state of Illinois administer their program through the statewide Illinois program on behalf of that county. We decided that we wanted to create a program that was going to meet the needs of those in Champaign County. And we also felt we were really positioned well to be able to do utility assistance. Regional Planning Commission has been doing utility assistance for many years, so we had infrastructure to lean in on. And so this, as you can see, has been impactful for the residents of Champaign County. So we've been providing, of the total assistance, 18% has been in utility payments and 82% has been directly rent payments. ERA 2, again, as of August 23rd, there was no spending to date. We will begin utilizing those funds when ERA 1 is exhausted. And here I do have it correct. The performance period is through 2025. Now, again, that would be if the funds last that long. Direct assistance funds, I thought this would be meaningful to just show where the location of that funding and where it's been, if you want to say, invested or granted. 45% of the funds have been to households in Champaign, 38% in Urbana, 13% in Rantoul, 2% in Mahomet, and then 1% each in Thomasboro, Tolono, and Savoy. Not surprising, we know that we see a larger rental market in Champaign, Urbana, and Rantoul. And also we see, based on the data that we track oftentimes, that there is a higher poverty rate in those cities or towns also. So these are characteristics of the households that have been served to date. 50% of the people that have provided that we have provided assistance are single. 37% are single parent females, and 4% are two parent households, and 2% are two adults with no children. Again, some more characteristics. The age of the head of household, 75% of those that we have served are under the age of 44. 55% of those being age 25 to 44. 20% being age 20% being age 18 to 24, and then 13% age 45 to 54, and 12% over age 55. We also have a demographic here showing the racial makeup of the household, the persons in the household. 75% have identified as Black African American, and then 16% white, 4% other, and 4% multiracial, 1% Asian American Indian or Alaskan Native. The household income, again, we have been quantifying our data system that we use to track the data that I'm providing actually looks at federal poverty level for these households. And so 89% of our households that we've assisted are under 50% federal poverty. And I've included the chart about what that means here on this slide. You know, a 3-person household that makes $10,860 and no more is considered at 50% of the federal poverty level. And then 10% of the households served were between 50 and 150% FPL, and only 1% were in the higher limit of 150 to 200% federal poverty. Just to also give context for this slide, over many years prior to the pandemic, those households that qualified for our LIHEAP program, they were up to 150% federal poverty level. The LIHEAP program and many of the assistance programs now during the pandemic and actually going forward at this point are going to go up to 200% of the federal poverty level. And that ends my presentation. I want to also take the opportunity just to talk a little bit about what I observe as some of the needs. I will echo again what Ms. Walton and then also Danielle had talked about. I think supportive services are extremely impactful in helping households to achieve housing stability, sometimes to identify housing. When Danielle talked about those that are homeless and seeking housing, we do see that they oftentimes need assistance in identifying housing, making it through different application processes, advocating with landlords. And then also I'll piggyback on the fact that with landlords, it sometimes is impactful and helpful to be able to talk with a landlord about the supportive services, and that we're there to walk alongside individuals that they may be willing to rent to, especially those with a voucher. So sometimes when they have a case manager or someone involved, landlords will sometimes go out on that limb more quickly, or be willing to take a chance if is sometimes what they say. Incentive for landlords, again, I think that is something that's been a great opportunity with the Housing Authority and the current emergency housing vouchers. We think that incentivizing the landlords will be helpful. I think that internet and connectivity is something that I would love to see as a consideration for some of the ARPA funding. We see that as a decrease in the household costs we've learned very vividly through the pandemic how important that connectivity is, and it was pre-existing the pandemic. So that helps our households across Champaign County to stay connected, to be connected to resources, and then also would potentially reduce housing costs. And then the other thing that I'll kind of talk about that's been thrown out and as an idea at different points in some of the work that we do, it ties back into maybe incentivizing landlords and then helping tenants, all the above, possibly a risk mitigation fund of some sort where landlords would have access to, I don't know, a grant or something that would assist them should there be damage to a unit or things along those lines. So those are some of the ideas that I wanted to share. I'm happy to answer questions and review additional information. I did highlight a few things that I recall coming up throughout the presentations where I was, let Lisa answer that one. So I'm happy to take on any others.
Sorry, I was on mute. Chris.
I was thinking something was wrong on my end again.
Sorry, I apologize. No, that's all me. Chris, sorry. Chris, and then Samantha, and then Jim.
Thank you, Stephanie. Lisa, thank you for your presentation. I sure appreciate your kind of providing us information about the emergency rental assistance. And I just wanted to call, you mentioned about internet access, and the Federal Communications Commission has what they call the Emergency Broadband Benefit. I have to admit, I kind of looked at the application, trying to kind of see if some of the folks that work with a nonprofit that I am associated with could benefit from it. And I call this to your attention, but it looks like a lot of paperwork.
Thank you for the information.
Had you been aware of that, or is this not news?
I know that throughout the pandemic, I know there's been different opportunities, and I think I've kind of pitched those to different entities. I know that some of the private companies also have offered low or discounted. I think that there's been some stumbles with those, whether it be, the actual level of connectivity or the I'm no techie, but essentially, how quick that and the access essentially. So I know that that's been a struggle for some households where, people lean in on the idea that some of the companies have these opportunities, but I don't know that they necessarily are fully functional. One thing that we did immediately within the pandemic and we're proud of, and it's been impactful, is at our emergency shelter for families, we upped our package or our connectivity with wireless internet and allowed all of our households at the emergency for shelter to have free internet access.
Samantha.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of what Jim said. He said that he had issues where he talked to different landlords and the tenants weren't willing to fill out the paperwork. But in my experience with talking to different constituents, they're saying that some of the landlords are not complying with the, the application process. I just wanted to know if you've seen anything like that. And also, you also mentioned the threshold for the poverty level. It was 200%. because of the pandemic, and then it's going to be lowered. I think we were told it's going to be lowered back down to 150% September 1st, or has that been extended? If you could answer those two questions for me, I greatly appreciate it. And thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Samantha. Actually, I'm really glad that you brought that up. One of the flexibilities with the Department of Treasury, they're definitely trying to make it accessible for tenants. So we do have the ability, if a landlord is not willing to accept payment or they're not cooperating, is the terminology in some of the grant, we are able to directly pay tenants. Now, we do that as last resort. We do work with tenants and try to, or not tenants, excuse me, landlords, and try to negotiate a partnership in essence, so we can make sure that they're receiving the rent assistance funds. There have been, I want to say, roughly maybe 5, just pulling that number out because I know it's definitely a single digit number, where we have made direct payments to tenants. We then ask that they make that payment of their rent to that landlord and provide, they sign a piece of paper that says that they're going to do that. So we have indeed had some landlords that, you know, we created a landlord agreement that asked them to waive late fees. All the landlords have been no qualms whatsoever. They waive late fees. We also ask that they but don't move forward on any type of eviction, and have always asked for a 30-day period. At this point, it was through September 30th. We've kind of been matching some of the eviction moratorium language. And most landlords have been willing to do that. There have been a few that have pushed back, and then we kind of try to do some negotiation. Well, will you at least waive late fees? You can strike that in the landlord agreement because it's not a requirement in the programming from the federal government. So we've been trying to negotiate and do what best we can on behalf of tenants. But yes, we are able to still provide assistance if landlords are not willing to participate. Probably more than what you wanted, but I'll answer that question directly. And then now you've got to remind me what the poverty levels. So the LIHEAP program is at 200% federal poverty level, and it will continue at that poverty level at this point. One of our other big programs, we have a community services block grant. During the pandemic, that raised up to 200% federal poverty level. Starting October 1, it will drop back down to the pre-pandemic 125% federal poverty level. So most of our utility assistance programs will be at the 200% federal poverty level. I had referenced 150 as a framework just for those income levels.
Thank you.
Sure.
Jim?
Hello. Thank you, Ms. Benson, for that thorough presentation. Actually, I think we've had 3 good presentations from Ms. Walden and Chenoweth. I did want to make some comments. I wanted to thank you for touching base on the LIHEAP issue, that funds were available. I think we have many programs that do a very good job, and staff that work very hard and have had proven track record of supporting the public and the social issues that we've talked about. One of the other things that came up, if we could touch base on it, don't we also have an energy efficiency and program and youth employment? And then I'll go on.
Okay, so the energy efficiency, Regional Planning Commission does have a weatherization program. We actually are currently accepting applications for that program right now. That is for households that are at the 200% at or below 200% federal poverty level, and they can apply for weatherization. We usually have funds that will allow us to serve roughly anywhere between probably, we'll just say an average of 75 households a year. Again, it depends on, the makeup of the households that come forward and what their household situation is. And it's not about their income, it's about the household and what measures are put in place to weatherize the home to make it more energy efficient. So we do indeed have that program. The other thing that we are working on at the Regional Planning Commission, we recognize that there's likely going to be additional opportunities and funds available to support energy efficiency opportunities that we can bring opportunities to impact our community. So we're looking to expand our services. We do pilot projects with some of the utilities, and Ameren has been a big one. We did a big initiative in the Garden Hills area a couple of years ago. So we're always looking for additional opportunities and ways that we can impact households across Champaign County with energy efficiency. Youth employment. This one is out of my division at this point. Workforce division, our workforce development services at the Regional Planning Commission, does a lot of work with youth providers in doing workforce development on behalf of youth. We also, WeBeam, our RPC, partner with Care for You and the schools, the local school districts in the summer to do summer employment opportunities. And that's done in partnership with our HR department and our financial services department.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jim, do you have another question?
Yeah, I just want to continue a little bit, if you could, please. There are multiple programs, and obviously want to make sure that people understand that they're available, because sometimes I think I hear people talk about and asking for these programs and they don't realize they're available. And we want to make sure that people continue to let people know that they're there, because obviously in some cases they're looking for that support. Can you go over a little bit about the reporting requirements that's required for these programs? And you talked about data earlier, and then tell us a little bit where, you talked about risk mitigation. Someone else mentioned See You at Home and supporting See You at Home, where we can maybe put some of this ARPA funding that would do the most good. Thank you.
Okay, so you asked about data reporting. With all of the funding that we receive at the Regional Planning Commission, we are collecting and reporting data all the time. That's why it's kind of easy for me to pull some of this data into these presentations, because we are reporting this type of data to our funders. It's a hard one. I don't know, we collect demographic data, we collect income levels. We look at, outcomes related to, it's just diverse, because our funding is so diverse in what we do. So you're going to have to narrow in for me on that one, Jim, what you're seeking, but we're continually reporting. We, with the Federal Department of Treasury that I just talked about, we actually do a monthly report to them, and then we do a quarterly report. Some of the data that I pulled today is actually probably even more robust than what they seek. With regard to the risk mitigation, I don't have a lot to suggest with that. It's one of those things that that we've referenced in our work with homelessness and in trying to entice landlords and find ways that we could engage more landlords. So it's a new idea that really I don't have a lot of framework for at this time. It's something that our continuum of service providers to the homeless coordinator has been looking into and researching a little bit also. With regard to the ARPA funds, I kind of echoed and talked along the same lines as, the ladies before me. Incentives for landlords, I think, is important. Some of the supportive services to assist households in obtaining affordable housing, maintaining housing. I will say that regardless of the amount of funding that's out there, we are experiencing and seeing shortages in applicants and employees. You hear this nationwide. We also are, working towards gaining more staff, because with all of the work that we're doing right now, we have to up our staffing numbers, and that's a continual thing that we're doing right now. So other stuff I can answer for you, Jim, or clarify.
Yeah, well, let me see if I can speak more to the reporting the data. Obviously, with ARPA funding, we need to make sure that we collect good data and that we properly spend the ARPA funds, or we may lose that. I know from Community Action Board meetings, as Chris would know, that we're collecting data for grants, or we have to fill out surveys or for different programs. And the fact that we do collect great data through RPC, we're able to capture more grant funding. Can you talk to that a little bit?
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you. The documentation. So many of the funders require very specific types of documentation, and Regional Planning Commission does have a lot of experience with this. I recognize oftentimes that the community can sometimes be frustrated with feeling like there's hoops to jump through. We do try to minimize to the basics that we can, meet the requirements and the compliance. And we always try to stress, the reasons we're doing these things is so we can continue to provide these funds and this type of assistance in our community. And we don't have compliance and finding issues, because then if we do, then we're not able to provide these services. So it's a balance, and we work we work collaboratively with our community partners to find that balance. When we launched this Department of Treasury ERA program, we actually pulled together a group of some of those that are on this call today and walked through our application process, our documentation, and refined it and tried to make it as simple as possible. And we have done that. I think we've been successful with that. It does meet compliance measures, but at the same time, it's as easy as we can make it for those that we're working with. We've received positive feedback in that way, both from the applicants and then also the landlords. The landlords have talked about, they appreciate the in-person appointments and then it being here in Champaign County and having someone that they can pick up the phone and talk to. They've reported that some of them have struggled with some of the statewide websites and application process that is the online process.
Thank you again. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Really quick, I have one quick question. On your slide about the rental assistance, I didn't see Latinx tracked at all. It didn't show up on the chart, which I guess kind of surprised me. I think our unless I misread it, because our population, I think, is what, 6% is, or maybe it was just that I couldn't see it under my.
Which one are you talking about?
The
Stephanie?
rental assistance breakdown by race. Yeah, so is it just that we don't track Hispanic Latinx, or is it just, we had a whole study session on immigration and serving our immigrant population, and the resounding theme we heard is one of the biggest issues is housing and access to housing, and a lot of anxiety over the same issues and I know that a lot of them, those members of our community are service sector workers who have been hit especially hard by the pandemic. And I know our population is, at least of the last time I've seen it, is right around 6% and is probably higher. And so I guess my question is, are we just not tracking that number? Do you think that is a disconnect that, like, when we're trying to address needs, right? Is that perhaps, do you think there's a language barrier, or?
So we are indeed tracking it. I didn't throw all the data into this, and I can pull, I have that data. I can pull pull it out and give it to you. With this application, we actually, let me think about this. There's been so many different iterations. We do have a Spanish version and we have a French version of the application also. We have Spanish speaking staff and have offered appointments for those that have the need for a Spanish speaking intake worker. So we've implemented that. We've worked really closely with immigrant advocacy groups throughout the pandemic. So I feel like we're doing a good job. There's always room for improvement. We'll work towards whatever we can, but I think we're definitely doing a good job with that. And I will get you the data with regard to, because we do have that data.
That'd be great. And I guess my question now would it be helpful if you had more resources in that regard? And you don't have to answer that now. That's something you could think about. But all right. So listen, I have to admit I've lost control. I always have these ideas about how long things are going to take, and I've gotten progressively worse. So Andy Quanstrom had to step off due to another commitment, and I want to apologize to Andy. He is going to share his slides with us. He might try to rejoin us again later, but he is going to share slides with us. So I wanted to make that and apologize to him because he's also doing really important work in this regards. We do have two more speakers, and I want to give them the space to speak because they're both they have ideas about things that we're not doing that we could be doing. And so I think first I had Byron, unless Mike, do you have to get off or?
Oh, it's okay. I can follow the agenda.
Okay, so I'm not sure who is speaking next, if it's Byron, if it's Craig, if it's both of you. Craig, we can't hear you. But you are not muted, so I don't know what's going on. You are not muted, but we also cannot hear you.
So can you all hear me?
Yes, Byron, we can hear you.
Okay, good. While Craig's working to get going here, do you mind if I share my screen?
No, please do.
Okay.
Hello, this is Craig.
We can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, I have to use a different microphone. Good afternoon, how are you today?
Good.
I should say evening.
And good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Byron Clark. Really appreciate you all inviting us to speak with you this evening. I am the president of Clark Solutions, and I know many of you, and happy to see you here on this call. Also appreciate all of the great work that all of you are doing throughout the community. It was very heartening to hear what you all are talking about. So just wanted to jump in here, and I think I lost my, yep, and get going here. So our presentation tonight is on a plan that we've reached out to many of you to talk about this, but wanted to present it to the entire board. It is Homes for Homeless Families, and we are.
Byron, just in case you think you're not sharing your screen yet.
Oh, I'm not?
No.
Okay, I thought, hold on just a second then. And I did think I was, thanks, Steph. I apologize.
Hey, Byron, you want me to try?
Yeah, I think I have it now. I'm sorry. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Craig. So yeah, as I said, we've talked to many of you about this already, but our plan is to purchase homes and renovate them and transition homeless families into the homeless families of Unit 4 students into them for a defined time. So our plan is to use the ARPA funds that are coming to the county to fund this plan. Obviously, there's about $80 million coming to the various agencies and governmental entities into this community. We are proposing that about roughly 5% of that go to supporting the plan before you tonight. As many of you may or may not know, back in I think it was 2015, the Unit 4 reported about 300. I'm sorry, all of the schools reported about 300 homeless students in Champaign County. We believe that that number is certainly higher at this time. We have 59 homes in foreclosure throughout the county. Again, that probably more than that. Of the 132 reported homeless students in 2015, 55 were in elementary school, 25 in middle, and 47 in high school, and 10 in preschools. There are currently 22 staff members in Unit 4 dedicated to the servicing the homeless. And so I'm going to allow Craig to detail this slide.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you guys today. I thought we got a lot of good information. You know, both for Byron and I, the homeless situation in Champaign is personal to us. We both had friends and family who've been involved in homeless situations. And certainly, one thing I wanted to correct what Byron said, this plan is for all Champaign County students and not just Unit 4, and that one of the effects of being homeless as a student, couch surfing, things of that nature that were outlined by Danielle is, you know, you do that for 5-6 years, you turn 18, you're on your own. Where's your hope? And where's your feeling that the community cared for you? So what we've brought is a plan, a specific plan, and we think it can be acted on after a strategic plan has been operated. So the first thing is to acquire single family homes. And this would be to accomplish through foreclosure sales, direct sales, and new construction on properties that are owned by the cities or counties. So for example, the city of Champaign has some empty properties actually in the Garden Hills neighborhood. So we could utilize that for new construction. The one other thing about acquiring single family homes is that this approach is a scattered site approach so that you don't have a concentration. I think in terms of families who are homeless, if you put them in all in one facility or all in one apartment complex, you're creating atmospheres that may cause issues. And so by doing a scattered site approach, putting the people in single family homes, we believe both provides stability to neighborhoods, provides opportunities for the family to feel safe and secure, and go on and try to rebuild their lives. No, we're not turning yet, Byron. Our plan has 30 homes as the initial funding amount. That's an ability to serve somewhere between 60 to 100 homeless children, depending upon the families. That's a significant dent. You know, you're not going to solve 300 to 500 homeless families, homeless children, I should say, in one swoop. And so this kind of plan, which could be implemented really over a 24-month period, would have the ability to reduce that amount by, somewhere between 60 to 100 kids. We're looking at a $5 million allocation from Champaign County governmental units with an average $150,000 average per home, including acquisition, rehabilitation, and furnishing. Now, one of the things that's important as it relates to how you spend the ARPA money is sustainability. And so we've met with the Housing Authority. We've talked to Lily about this plan. She likes it, and they have the capability to provide project housing vouchers. And I heard a lot of discussion about the vouchers today. Various numbers are out there, but it's my understanding there's about 300 vouchers that can't get placed with the landlords. I definitely applaud all the efforts to incentivize the landlords, but I think that it's in the community's interest, meaning Champaign County as a whole, to pursue strategies that build or acquire housing and put project housing vouchers on them. And that way you're sure to get that kind of affordable housing that you're seeking. In this case, the revenue from the vouchers will be utilized for management, maintenance, and other allowable uses, including acquiring additional homes. Now, the ownership of the properties will be determined through a strategic plan. But one of the options we think the community should consider strongly is to create an affordable housing trust nonprofit that will have multi-jurisdictional members, which means Champaign County, the city, the townships, and the cities. And through that, you will be able to create an engine that will not only be able to do these 30 homes, but has the potential for organic growth through both the revenues generated through the project vouchers on the existing homes that we're acquiring, and then also through other types of projects, grants, and having a dedicated affordable housing trust fund will have a great opportunity to access national resources for affordable housing. Next slide, Byron. Now, one of the things that's important that we brought today was to show the economics. So first of all, your initial investment is $5 million. And we would acquire, rehab, and furnish 30 homes at about $150,000 per home average, which is $4.5 million with about a $500,000 contingency. Now you have to look at that, as we were talking about the real estate trust, as an equity investment in affordable housing. So if you make this kind of investment and put these homes into a nonprofit, multi-jurisdictional nonprofit, you now have equity within a affordable housing fund that you can then leverage and create and do other things to increase the availability of affordable housing. And that's really what our goal is to utilize the ARPA funding to create a long-term sustainable affordable housing business model. Now, if you look at the monthly and annual P&L of such a venture, we're looking at 30 homes. The average project voucher with families is going to run around $1,200 per month. And that's $36,000 a month. And that translates into annual revenue of $432,000. Now, since we made the investment of $5 million, those homes are bought and paid for. So we're not switching it, Byron.
I'm sorry.
Those homes are not paid for. And so if your management and annual management maintenance costs come in about $200,000, you're going to have somewhere between $150,000 to $200,000 in excess revenue, which can be utilized again to either acquire additional homes or be part of additional strategy to acquire multi homes. In other words, if you had 200,000 in excess and you had 30 more vouchers, you could go out and purchase homes for a different subset. Maybe it's individuals or head of household disabled, or among those things. And then you combine the revenue, which is about 432,000, with another 200. That's about 600,000. So you could finance, $3 million very comfortably or so down the road to acquire additional housing for additional subsets of that unhoused sector. Our sources of funding, what we're proposing is that $3 million come from Champaign County. The city of Champaign would put in $1 million. The city of Urbana would put in $1 million. So that's a total of $5 million. As Byron indicated, $5 million out of the $80 million out there, that's roughly 5 to 6% of what's available. And so that's a small amount to seed a affordable housing trust that can then be leveraged to take care of some of these needs that were discussed very accurately throughout the presentations today. And I think one of the things that's missing out here is this type of engine of affordable housing vehicle. And so in terms of the next step, what we proposed is to write a strategic plan. And we could do that via the Housing Authority. We've talked to Lily and the Housing Authority, some of the board members, they're willing to fund a strategic plan as long as they know that there is strong interest and buy-in from the local governmental units to pursue some kind of model of this type. Next slide, Byron. So that strategic plan would be, what would it look like? It would, one, outline the need in terms of homeless families with children in schools. We need to know exactly how many children, how many families are homeless. We need to know what type of families. Do they have employment? Are they working jobs but can't get? Are they not working? Does the parent have mental health issues? So we really want to get kind of a census, an accurate census of what the homeless families in schools in Champaign County looks like, whether it's Rantoul, Champaign, or Urbana. And then we would want to look at the housing stock availability in Champaign. This would include categorizing single family homes in inventory by foreclosure. We would communicate with some of the local banks, others who have foreclosed homes on their books ready to sell and be put back to use. We would also look at homes in terms that are for sale. It's particularly where areas where we're looking to target the strategic site scattering. And then city-owned vacant land, as we discussed earlier, and locations and other factors in a scattered site plan would have to be delineated in that strategic plan because you want community buy-in. It sounds great to go out and say we're going to buy homes, but you also want the community to be supportive of that because, you know, some of those homes could end up in, neighborhoods in the neighborhoods around this city. One of the key factors is the social wraparound social service that will be available. You know, if you put a family into a home that's furnished, well, you still got to get the lights on. You still have to have, these social services necessary to give that head of the household an opportunity to get back on their feet and to be able to sustain themselves. So within the strategic plan, we would definitely look to outline the wraparound social services that will be available and maybe have some ideas on some additional ones. Also within the strategic plan, we would develop policy recommendations by talking to the various stakeholders to get an idea. There's some questions, if you bring a homeless family into a home, is that for permanent, or is that a transition where they stay 18 to 24 months, get on their feet, and then transition into more traditional affordable housing? So those are policy issues that need to be discussed and flushed out in a strategic plan before you embark on such a situation. And then the last thing is to prepare a financial plan that is very solid of the acquisition, the maintenance, and the management of the homes acquired and how that affordable housing trust would operate. I think it's important that the financials are very clear. We've given you an outline of what those would look like, but I think it's important if you're going to make a $5 million investment collectively, that there is a strong financial plan in place that will pencil out in terms of both sustainability and organic growth. So we think that collectively, A through E, the strategic plan will provide a roadmap for both Champaign County, the city of Champaign, and the city of Urbana to make an investment into a affordable housing trust or some unit like that to begin the process of actually providing housing for homeless families. I've heard every person on here say that mothers and women with children are a high priority as it relates to the homeless population, and it's very true. And this is really one of the most direct and fast ways to get that process started and to start putting families into homes. And so with that, I think we've, Byron, next slide. Just to give an outline of our team, Byron and myself, and we also have another local person, Champaign Central graduate, DePaul University master's degree, Edwin McGee. He's currently a teacher and head coach at Lincoln College. He's also worked with us on this presentation and would also be doing a lot of the working with us on the research and analytical work to provide such a strategic plan to the governmental entities. And so with that, that's kind of our presentation. And we've structured it in a way that wasn't too long, and that, if you want to ask questions, we have talked to people at the cities. There's support on city council of Champaign and Urbana. We've talked to staff. And so there's a lot of support out there. And it's just really about getting people around the concept and having that roadmap to move forward.
Thank you, Craig, and thank you, Byron. And if it's okay, what I'm going to do is I am going to have Mike present next, and then open up the questions for both of you at the same time, because I think in some of the questions are going to be, I had 2 questions, and literally I know I'm going to have the same exact questions for Mike. So instead of having people ask the same questions over and over, so let's have Mike present, because I think it's a very different program that he's presenting, but there's similar aspects in terms of they're both about improving our housing stock and getting it connected to people. So Mike, why don't you present, and then we could ask both groups questions, because I do think there's going to be overlap.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie.
Yep, thanks, Stephanie.
All right. Well, my name is Mike Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the Central Illinois Land Bank Authority, and I just want to thank you all for having me here this evening. Just for a little background, I've been the Executive Director for almost 2 years now, and before this job, I worked at LISC in Boston. LISC is the largest national nonprofit doing community development work in the country. I managed our statewide lending work on affordable housing and community development projects. And before that, I worked for New York City's housing agency. And so between the two, I've financed and approved hundreds of units of affordable housing and helped finance them, whether it was 9% tax credit deals, 4% tax credits and bonds, or new market tax credit projects. I have a pretty deep background in affordable housing and community development. And I just wanted to start out by saying you all are pretty lucky, because the Housing Authority of Champaign County is doing some really good work, and they're a unique housing authority. A lot of communities would be really blessed to have them. I'd say the same about the Regional Planning Council. They're doing really good work as well. And I've met with Danielle and Andy, and they're both really passionate about the work that they're doing at the township level. So I just want to say, starting out, that I feel very lucky to be included in this group, and there's a lot of great work happening in the county. But on a big picture level with this land bank, I have 20 member communities spanning from Vermilion County, including Champaign County, over to Decatur. The needs of my member communities are very diverse. You have Danville and Decatur, large cities that have lost significant population, down to rural communities that are dealing with significant blight issues. The one thing that I look for in thinking about how can I help my member communities is where there's significant gaps. What needs are not being met? And the one thing that I've come across and seen that I think that there's a significant opportunity is there are no organizations doing homeowner occupied rehabs for low and moderate income households outside of the entitlement communities. And so let's take Danville has CDBG allocation, just like Champaign, Urbana, Rantoul. That's great that those cities are offering those programs and doing homeowner occupied rehabs. The challenge is outside of those communities, they're not happening, whether it's Vermilion County or Champaign County, in the rural communities where there's deep need. And so my take is to have a proactive approach. And some of the cases where I've seen the need for demolitions, it's because there was an elderly couple. They didn't have money to fix the roof for the house. They pass away. It goes to the kids, and the kids don't want it because the rehab needs greatly outstrip the home value, and eventually it becomes a blighted property, and down the line it's a demolition. And so my take is there is funding available for this work. The state housing agency, IDA, has funding for homeowner occupied rehabs. DCEO, the economic agency, they have funding for homeowner occupied rehabs, as does USDA. The challenge is it's hard to get that grant funding if you don't have a track record. And so my pitch, and this isn't just for Champaign County, I'm also proposing this for Vermilion County as well, is to seed the land bank with $500,000 in ARPA funding so we can create a track record for doing homeowner occupied rehab projects. And then if we want to talk about sustainability, once we have a track record, then we can go to IDA 1 year for homeowner occupied rehab, DCO the next year, and you keep alternating back and forth. But I'm a big believer in partnerships, and I've already talked to the Champaign County Regional Planning Council about this. My hope would be, how can I collaborate with them and deepen the impact? And I've already had, in some conversations, they've said there are sometimes homes that they would like to do work on, but they can't because there are significant issues at that house. Like, you can't go in and weatherize a house if the roof is leaking and the house is about to fall apart. And so I think there's great opportunity where they're doing work, we could come in and replace the roof, fix the siding, fix the front porch. Or in some cases, if we get applications, we could provide referrals to them when weatherization is needed. But my plan would be to work with RPC in Champaign County, and there's a different CAP agency in Vermilion County. But the goal would be, how do we collaborate? I would work with the respective weatherization programs to do income verification. This would be eligible up to 80% AMI, area median income, for residents. And on a big picture level, I think this is one of the biggest gaps that can be filled for rural communities. And nothing again, I'm a resident of Urbana. I care deeply about Urbana. And the same goes for Champaign and Rantoul. But I think this is an opportunity to drive significant resources to some of the rural communities in the county. And from speaking to some of those communities, whether it's Champaign County or Vermilion County, I think a lot of times people feel left out of grant opportunities. And I'll be honest, in some of those villages, the staff doesn't exist to apply for grants. And even if you hand them a grant, the staff doesn't exist to administer those grants. And so my hope is to help fill a gap in this county, create a track record, and then based off the early wins that we get, bring in more money down the road from the state. But I just want to let you all know, besides, the homeowner occupied work, we are doing some pilot projects. We're pursuing abandonment in court on one property in Rantoul. And my hope is eventually through the courts, we get title to the property, rehab it, and create a pipeline for first-time home buyers. That's something I'm asking Decatur for $500,000 to create an abandonment to rehab program. So overall, I would say I'm very excited to see if we could ramp up the work in Champaign County. I've brought in over $500,000 worth of grant money for Vermilion County to work on distressed properties. I'd like to do more work in Champaign County, and I see this as the best opportunity. But for anyone on the county board, I'd be more than happy to talk about this idea, but I'd also be happy to talk about affordable housing more broadly. And if there's anything that I can do to help further the conversations, because I'll be honest, doing affordable housing is challenging work. There's a lot of paperwork involved, a lot of compliance issues, and it's not a cakewalk. So there are a lot of real challenges involved, whether it's just doing straight affordable housing, doing supportive housing projects, and I'm happy to be a resource. So I didn't do a big fancy presentation because I thought this pitch was pretty straightforward. I think there are a lot of low and moderate income households throughout the county that could greatly use this money. And if county were willing to seed the land bank with $500,000 in ARPA money, we can do exponentially more work once we have a track record. So I'll leave it at that and see if people have any questions.
Thank you. And actually, I usually ask for people they have questions, but I am just going to ask my question first to sort of try to model how we could ask both people questions at the same time. And what I think that I first want to say to both of you, what I find really encouraging about both of these proposals is that they are leveraging partnerships and that they are proposals that are working with existing organizations, but also thinking about new ways that we can address longstanding issues of both keeping people in homes and getting people into homes. And I think that that's very powerful. And I think that we have the capacity in this county to do both. My question is for both of you, and I'll start with you, Craig and Byron, and then Mike, if you could also answer this question, is housing also is very much rehabbing houses, and because both of you have at the core of your proposals, rehabbing houses for different purposes, but ultimately to keep people housed. And we see the impact of houses that are let go. We don't have enough housing stock for people that have vouchers attached to them. And Craig, I think that point that you made is really important. But we also see, I mean, in ELUC, we see all the time the impact of houses that are let go and how it's a drain on the county. However, for ARPA money, Bacon Davis attaches, right? Prevailing wage attaches. And so my question is, for the budgets that you both presented us, does that account for the fact that for ARPA money, we have to pay prevailing wage? So that's my first question. Is that factored into your budget? Because that's a big deal, right? And then my second part of my question is, within your programs that you're proposing, are you also thinking about how you could keep the work local and connect to diverse populations, and also use this as a pathway into construction trades for underrepresented populations?
Yeah, thanks, Stephanie. So to answer your first question, kind of how we broke down the $150,000 cost was an acquisition cost of somewhere around $75,000 to $90,000, and then a rehab budget of somewhere around $30,000 to $40,000, and then a furnishing aspect of in that $5,000 range. So to come up with that $150,000 number. We did take into account the Bacon and Davis, but what we do think is important is that's why we think the strategic plan is important, because what we would do is go in with we would take a house, for example, just and kind of cost out what it would take to rehab that using the Bacon standard, and then be able to come in with a more accurate number on the per house. And each house is going to be different, right? You know, you might from a new construction on city-owned property to a rehab on a foreclosure to there's direct sales of homes in the $90,000 to $120,000 range that you can just purchase. And, you know, if they have good conditions to get them up to code, you'd be able to cost that out as well. So I think it's definitely considered. And then on your second question, it's absolutely essential and planned in terms of going through the housing authority to incorporate programs like Youth Build, to work with the SWIFT programs at Parkland for people who are also involved on the construction trades, because it's not only just being involved on doing a rehab or a new construction, but it's also going to be happening in their very own communities, right? So if you're from the Garden Hills area and you're enrolled into the SWIFT program, or like Ms. Coward said about her nephew, if you're from Northeast Champaign, and then you're actually on one of those streets within those neighborhoods, rehabbing a house, working on it, that you living there know has been sitting in disrepair or hasn't been, creating much value to the neighborhood, to then birth that house into a new function, providing a home for her family. I think that's just going to tie the heart into what, when you go out to kids and say, hey, you should get in the trade, you're going to make a lot of money. I can tell you, these youngsters, you gotta have more than that, right? They gotta feel it in their heart that they want it, that they're making a difference, that it's making an impact for their community, and that they're being connected to it. So I think I agree with you. All of those aspects would also be fleshed out in terms of a strategic plan, because we think that's critical, because once the money comes, you want to already have the plan in place that everybody's agreed will work, and execute on the plan as fast as possible.
Mike, same question. Yeah, Mike, same questions.
Sure. So I'm going to be upfront. What I'm proposing isn't exactly novel. This work is happening across the state, and the state is funding this in numerous communities. And in my opinion, Vermilion County and Champaign County are leaving money on the table. So the program requirements differ from one state agency to another. So like IDA's cap, the state housing agency, is $40,000 per house for homeowner occupied rehab. DCEO's is $50,000 per house is the cap, but they all require prevailing wage. And so in my opinion, I'm a government entity, and I'm an extension of Champaign County government. And so everything I do has to be prevailing wage. And in terms of working with diverse contractors, we put out a request for qualifications that's rolling and open for contractors. And so whether you're doing demolition work, rehab work, landscaping work, you can apply to be on our list as an approved vendor at any time. And I've worked with a lot of our member communities to ask, and I asked Urbana, Champaign, Danville, Decatur, Rantoul for their lists of approved contractors, and I've reached out. But let's just say, for sake of argument, you take a look at my list and you say, Mike, why is it missing contractor XYZ? Why are they not on the list? Well, they could apply and get on our list. And so my take is I'm all in favor of working with diverse contractors. I believe we should be providing contractors and ideally MWBE contractors if that's possible. But I am a government entity, and there is some friction at play with as well. And so I'll be transparent about that, where we typically do have to go with the best pricing, but I do everything in my power to make sure that we had a diversity of contractors and as many MWBE contractors on that list. And if there were ones missing that people in the Champaign County Board wanted to see on there, we could work to get those firms added.
Thank you very much. Chris, I saw your hand raised. And then Jim, I see you next. Chris.
Thank you. So Mr. Craig and Mr. Davis both addressed some of the questions that I had about trying to incorporate youth build. I haven't heard anything about sweat equity in any of these. I know that some organizations, including Habitat for Humanity, incorporate this. Is that something that you might consider as part of your programs, and either of you? Or back to you.
Yes. Yeah, I've actually, and I was just trying to, one of the early people I talked to was, I think it was Erin I'm trying to remember her name, at Habitat for Humanity, to just get an idea from them of how that sweat equity program works and how they incorporate that. And so, again, that would be something, you're using project-based vouchers. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you have pre-identified the family prior to the completion of the home. But if you have families who are homeless and want to, and they've been identified as potential participants, that again, this is something that could come out in a strategic plan, that if you provide some sweat equity into this process, then that can help you in terms of your chances of moving up the list to become eligible. And I don't know if that's allowable. So it's really, you're working with cross-current regulations when you're talking about HUD and the county and the city. But I think it's a great idea. We talked to them about that, meaning Habitat. And one of the reasons we talked to them, Habitat does have a pipeline program where they do rehabs. That hasn't reached the Champaign Habitat yet, but it's something they're interested in. So, but yes, so the answer to your question is absolutely. And obviously you have to comply with the federal regulations, but I think it's a great concept because if people are involved in these rehabs and constructions and acquisitions, then that gives them even more of a stake in the process.
Stephanie, if I might, I'd like to pose that same question to Mr. Davis, but with this twist. I've driven through a lot of small towns in Champaign County over the past year on Sundays, and there's just a heap of places that I suspect could be had for not too much, but there's a big transportation issue if people are working, not many jobs in small towns. So anybody buying a house would be really relocating pretty far out of Champaign-Urbana area with a lot of travel if they work in town. And gasoline can eat quite a bit into somebody's wage. Mr. Davis?
Well, so to clarify, what I'm proposing is a homeowner occupied rehab program. So these programs, you're investing in the existing housing stock and serving people that already live there. So I'm not out to how do I buy a house in Homer and get someone from Champaign to move there. I think this is really, it's critical that this is about, and it's not just a grant and boom, it's there and it's gone. This is about investing in our communities. And if you take a $40,000 investment and fix someone's roof, the siding, and the porch, then that not just helps their property values, it helps the property values of everyone around it. And so I'll be honest that, like, for me, this isn't about how do we house new people, it's how do we preserve the existing housing stock. And in terms of sweat equity, I think this is a challenge, and I have no problem with volunteers, but let's be honest, when volunteers are working on a project, it takes a lot longer. And when you're working with government grant money, the goal is how many of these can you crank out as quickly as possible so you stay in compliance with the grant requirements. And so I don't see a lot of opportunity to do a sweat equity project on these homeowner occupied rehabs. If it were possible, I'd love to. But the Youth Build program largely has focused on the housing authority's housing stock. And it's important to note that if they have one contractor that they work with on a lot of these projects, it's easier to tee up, well, what's a sweet spot for the Youth Build team to come in and learn? This is challenging with rehabs because it's a can of worms on each project. And you brought up Habitat. The Habitat, and I've talked to Chad extensively, the Habitat here, and I've talked to the Habitat chapters in Vermilion County and Decatur as well. I think Habitat sees real value proposition in them building new homes. And it makes sense for Champaign and Urbana. But when you get to Danville and Decatur, when you've lost 30% plus of your population, it doesn't make any sense to do new construction, and their focus is on rehab. And that's mainly what they're doing. But I'd love to partner with Habitat on doing rehab projects with the land bank, but there's an aversion to risk with some organizations, and there's a real challenge around building a new house. You kind of know what you're getting into. Doing a rehab, it's a Pandora's box of problems that you can get into. And so I would just clarify that replacing siding and replacing porches. Because if you talk to people that run CDBG programs, homeowner occupied, once you get into the house, this is where you hit the Pandora's box of problems. And so my thing is, if one of the biggest issues, and once you get into health and safety issues and mold, is the roof is bad. And if you don't have the money to fix the roof and it's leaking, it doesn't matter what you're doing with weatherization and other interventions, eventually things are going to go sideways. And the other thing to note with this program is some of, like DCEOs is just straight grant money. IDA's, it's essentially a 0% loan. And after 5 years, it's forgiven. And so I would be upfront and telling people, if your plan, let's say it's a fixed income senior couple, they're 68 years old. If they were planning on moving to Florida or Arizona next year, I would tell them not to apply. But if a couple were going to be here for 5 years, this is where after 5 years, the 0% loan burns off and it's essentially grant money. So my hope is, I think there are plenty of homes in rural communities throughout Champaign County that need this investment in the existing housing stock. And I think once we create a track record, we can bring in a lot more money. It's just a matter of seeding the initial investment and building out a track record.
You've done a lot of thinking on this, and I thank you for sharing that. I'll just say, Mr. Walker, if you can go do a rehab for $30,000, that's probably more than that's pretty good. I think some of these places I've been in, projects I've been involved with, were much more than that, and that was with donated labor. But
Stephanie, I think that I agree with you, and I think that's part of why we would, the strategic plan is necessary to be able to quantify that out. It depends on, if you're doing a 900 square foot house, it depends on what's needed. You can get into that range.
Yeah, maybe for that.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about houses. I've seen some foreclosure houses that are 3-bedroom, 1 bath, and it's about 900 square feet. So, again, it's about being able to access that home, do an inspection, and being able to quantify and cost that out.
Yeah, so, I mean, that you could spend that on a bathroom and kitchen, never mind the roof and porch. But okay, back to you, Stephanie. I'm getting into the weeds.
Jim.
Thank you. Thank you for both presenters. Obviously, this is short-term money. We have a responsibility for reporting, or ARPA will request the funds be returned. The housing market right now, real estate market, is very hot. The houses that are available are limited. They go for above price. There's also a rehab market that's very strong, leaving very few houses. And to say that, we're going to have a strategy to figure out which houses are available, and we're going to be able to work our way into those and have to have limited funds to do that. Mr. Davis's plan, I think, makes more sense to me because I want to see rehabs. I want to see housing available. But as he said, he's asking for CBG grant, which I think we have the same program here for repair. You can get a grant or you can get a loan and through them and do those repairs. As you suggested, I think you have a somewhat more fleshed out plan, but I can't see the county spending $3 million or $3.5 million and getting involved in the housing market and the rehab market, even though I do want to see more housing. We were involved in a nursing home and it cost us millions of dollars. We don't do a very good job of managing businesses. And I don't think we should get into this type of program where we have other programs that could use the funding that have a more stable history and a proven track record. And we don't have to create a lot of organizational connections to get the same outcomes or improve the same outcomes. Yeah, I don't want to compete in the housing market in Champaign County when the houses are going for higher than the asking price. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think I appreciate your perspective on that, Jim. I think one of the things that is not really appreciated is that one, we have over 300, close to 500 children currently in a defined homeless situation where they have no home, whether they're staying. So you have to find a solution to that. I mean, I think I heard you earlier say women and children homeless need to be handled. So there has to be a solution to that. And then as it relates to the real estate market, I would agree with you that the real estate market is hot south of Bradley. But when you go in certain areas of Champaign, I just pulled it up right here. I mean, there's a 4-bedroom, 1-bath, 1,000 square feet active available for $75,000. There's another one that's about 4-bedroom, 1-bath on Campbell, active at $75,000. We've got Holly Hill Drive, that's in Garden Hills, 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, 900 square feet, active at $78,000. And these are all homes that could be purchased and would not require significant, because they're rehab, because people are living in. So the real estate market, in terms of being hot, that does not apply equally to all aspects of this community. Certainly, when you're south of Kirby, you're going to see some very hot real estate prices. But I've already, cursory done a study of the homes available. And again, if you just pull up on Zillow and go from lowest price to high, you'll see a wide variety of inventory of homes all throughout Champaign County that are under $100,000. So that's just on direct sale. When you go to the foreclosure area, you're now talking about a $50,000 to $60,000 acquisition, and obviously you would have more rehabs. But then again, this is also a place where the strategic plan would outline where these houses are, where they're available. And I think in terms of sustainability, unlike we showed the math here, unlike the nursing home, which was dependent upon Medicaid and Medicare reimbursements, which are declining and have been declining for years, we're going to put project vouchers on these homes, which will pay for a 20-year period, $1,200 a month minimum. And so that, when you have already paid for the home in equity, the $1,200 per month, $36,000 per home, will cover the cost. And we anticipate this would be privately managed. We've talked to Lily about this. The Housing Authority, from a staffing standpoint, does not have the capacity. So you would have, there's plenty of real estate management companies around Champaign County. They believe HUD allows up to 9% of the revenue to be utilized for management of the properties. So, you have a source of income for each individual house to take care of both management, to take care of maintenance, and then you're still going to have some money left over for reserves and other things. So I think, if we're going to get beyond saying, hey, we got a problem, there has to be some investment of substance into our our homeless community. And doing it in a congregate facility, building a $5 million congregate facility, how do you get the operating capital for that? We see the problems that have been happening not only here, but around the country for homeless shelters. It's not even the best situation for families to be in congregate facilities. So when you look at what's the best situation for a family, that's a single family home. We got 300 housing vouchers that currently can pull $1,200 a month. That's $36,000 a year, 430, we got $4 million going into the ether right now because landlords don't take Section 8 vouchers. And they haven't in this town, in this community, historically, for years. So we can't, to say, oh, okay, we're going, we just feel that the governmental entities need to be proactive and utilize these funds to invest in housing that's available at prices that are affordable. And like I said, you can go on Zillow right now, you'll find at least 30 homes priced under $100,000 out throughout Champaign County that would fit. And you put a $1,200 voucher on it, you now have the revenue to cover all the expenses. So I think we, and a strategic plan is necessary to ensure what you outlined does not occur and all the pieces are put together.
Well, to respond, obviously the houses you're talking about will create greater requirements for updating and construction and costs. And as I said, I don't know that the county should be getting involved in that kind of risk and responsibility and funding. The issue of the people that we need to serve can be served with other programs. So just because we don't do the program that you suggest doesn't mean that the county doesn't have the funds or the programs to put the funds into that won't serve the same community that you're suggesting you want to try to serve. That's all I can say. I don't want to see $3 million disappear into a program that we could put right into other programs now and wait for a strategic, instead of waiting for a strategic plan. So, thank you.
Mike, you want to respond? Because he also mentioned something with grants in you.
Well, the only thing that I would clarify is that there are basically the larger cities are entitlement communities and they do receive CDBG, Community Development Block Grants. My organization as a whole does not receive that. I'm a land bank. I'm not an entitlement community. So I do not directly receive CDBG funding in any way. But on a big picture level, I see the opportunity to use the ARPA money to serve non-entitlement communities that do not get CDBG resources. It's a big unmet need, and there are a lot of poor rural households that could really use help and assistance. So I just wanted to clarify that I do not intend to use any CDBG money, nor do I have an allotment of my own CDBG money. And my goal is to try to serve what I see as a gaping need to serve rural households where those communities do not receive any CDBG resources.
I also wanted to just really quickly, and then I have Samantha and Steve. I also just wanted to mention in some regards in response to Jim, is that just to make sure that this connection is explicit, is Lily in her presentation talked about the way that they often expand the housing authority's housing stock that has vouchers attached to it is through private-public partnerships along the model of what is being proposed. So I want us to be very clear that it is not that this would be a new concept. This is a concept that has happened in this county. And the challenge for the housing authority is how do they get the capital in order to expand the housing stock that they control, because then they are able to ensure that the housing voucher is actually being used because they are then the landlord, right? And so I will agree with Jim that I don't think that the county, we are in a position to get in the business of being a landlord. That's not what's being proposed. What's being proposed is how can we leverage this money to expand the ability of the housing authority to ensure that the vouchers that are those 86 vouchers that Danielle talked about that we cannot get people to take. If the housing authority controls the housing stock, they take them, right? And so that I think is an important point, is that very much so I think a lot of these presentations are actually connected to one another, and having everybody at the same table, I think, is really important. Samantha.
I think I should be able to, since you directly spoke to me.
Sure, go for it.
We are responsible for where the ARPA funds go and whether they're successful in their spending, and we have to report those funds. And if they're not, that ARPA funds, whether the housing authorities included or not, or part of this project, if there is not reporting done, we have to return the $3 million. And we lose the opportunity to provide funding for the people that we seem to want to support. So to say that this will work great, we'll have a strategic plan, which hasn't been fettered out at all or described. It's something that might happen later. There might be this connection, and we don't have a plan that fills out all the information we need to ensure that the money's spent properly.
Okay, Samantha.
I just like to point out, when we play the devil's advocate, we usually show who we support. Okay, we're looking at the negative aspects instead of all the pluses or the pros to both of these presentations. I think they both could be definitely used in our community. What stands out to me about Craig's and Byron's proposal is, one, they're proposing to help revitalize a neighborhood such as Garden Hills that has been underserved for many, many years. Okay, that's one thing I want to point out. The second thing, I see 300, I think he said 300 to 500 students that are potentially homeless. Okay, we want to look at also what are on the minds of those students that don't have a place, a permanent home for them to lay their heads at night. Okay, we see there's violence in school. I think some of that could be contributing factors to that because of the housing situation. Another thing I like to point out, or one thing that I would like to see included in your proposal, is an option to buy. One thing that the privileged don't understand, and they never probably will because they have not been in these certain situations, is homeless people lack hope and support. How do I know this to be true? Because if it was not true, they wouldn't be in the situations that they're in, you know. So I like the wraparound service. I think the plan is just a win-win situation. We heard from Township. We heard from Housing Authority. Two key factors is, one, that the landlords are not accepting these vouchers. There's a stigma that's connected to these vouchers. They like to look at it as people are looking for handouts. No, they're looking for hand ups. Okay, get that out your mind, thinking that somebody is coming to just get money. That's not the case. People need help in life. Okay, everyone does not come from a two-parent household. Parents are not both college educated, which definitely would reduce their monthly income. Okay, so I just really think also with Mr. I think David, right? In him his rehabbing, I think that is an awesome program. Definitely in Danville. You know, I think that is awesome. Here, yeah, we could use it as well, but I think Danville is definitely, his program would definitely be utilized a lot in Danville because the housing market is really sad there. I also see his program being utilized in Decatur. I've been following some of their housing projects, and they have not had successful rates with the new construction. But I could see with the rehab the rehabbing, I can see that that would definitely be utilized in Decatur and Danville. But both presentations were very straightforward. I do appreciate both of you all, or all of you taking the time out to assist us with helping our homeless population. Thank you.
Thanks. Mike, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the cities like Champaign, Urbana, they get an allocation of community development block grant money. They already run. And so you could say, is there a need? Should they get 2, 3, 5, 10 times the amount that they already get? Absolutely. But my goal is to serve the rural communities in the county that do not receive any slice of this pie. And I think one of the reasons that, you mentioned Decatur new construction, I mean, the cost of new construction is $200,000 more if you're using prevailing wage to create a new unit of housing. And when the median housing price is $60,000 or less in Decatur or Danville, let's be honest, the economics do not pencil out to build new housing. And so one of my focus areas is, how do we preserve the existing housing stock that we have? And I certainly don't want to, on behalf of Craig or Byron, but the one thing that I would share in common with them is I've seen a lot of really bad behavior of slumlords. And it's not just Danville or Decatur, it's in Champaign County as well. And so the one thing that I would pose or question is, how do we keep more houses out of the hands of slumlords? What does that look like? And this is something that I'd be like, whether it's housing homeless teens or taking a property that would have gone to a slumlord and creating a first-time homebuyer opportunity, either one are wins, in my opinion. So I don't want to speak on behalf of Craig or Byron's program, but I agree there's a lot of bad behavior going on in some of our communities. There's opportunity to do better, and and if I could be part of the solution, like, I'm a government entity, I can file P-tax, I don't have to pay taxes. So if for any of these discussions, if I can be part of the solution in helping keep properties out of the hands of slumlords and bad actors and putting them into the hands of, whether it's the housing authority, Byron and Craig's group that they'd want to form, or into the hands of a first-time home buyer, I'd love to be part of that solution, because I think we need more collaborative approaches. And instead of working in silos and we're all trying to do our own little thing and win an award, let's just put our heads together and see how we can collaborate and scale this work up, because it is badly needed and there are a lot of people in need in our communities.
Thank you.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
All right, I'm going to give Steve Summers the last question.
Thank you, Stephanie. Gentlemen, thank you for your presentations. Mr. Clark, Mr. Walker, I look forward to seeing your strategic plan. Mr. Davis, you've already convinced me. I don't think I need to hear anything else from you. Between these two plans, we could impact both urban and rural housing concerns. And as one county board member, I can absolutely see the county considering these proposals. So
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Summers, and thank you to the county board for hearing us out today. And I really appreciate everybody's input, and all the presentations today. It was very informative and a much needed discussion.
Thank you. I want to say this. I appreciate everybody who hung in. In the last 2 nights, we listened to more than 7 hours. We heard from 15 presenters. We heard from some 3 dozen different community members in either written or comment testimony. I think I've heard some of the smartest people I've heard for a long time. We've heard about programs that exist in ways that we could build our county. And this is what I want to say. As the finance chair of the county board, I believe whether you live in rural Champaign or you live in Garden Hills, that you should have the right to decent housing with a solid roof, that you shouldn't be homeless, that you should have clean water and access to basic infrastructure, which in my opinion includes the internet. And we right now have an opportunity to make that a reality in our county in a way that we have never done before. And that is exciting to me. So thank you to everybody. And with joy in my heart, I'm giving the gavel to Eric Thorsland, who is going to chair our last meeting. And that is going to be on water infrastructure on September 9th. So you are done with me letting everybody talk way over time, because I'm sure Eric will do a much better job in getting us out of here before 10 o'clock at night. So Eric will be part of our next meeting, and thank you all for your participation, and especially our last presenters who, probably didn't anticipate it was going to go this long. So I appreciate it. Take care, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night, Stephanie.
Thank you all. Have a great night.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.